Chapter 1 Inspector Lognon's Strange Nights, and it was just after 1 o'clock in the morning when the light went out in Maigret's office. Puffy-eyed with tiredness, Maigret pushed open the door to the inspector's office, where young Lapointe and Bonfils were on duty. "Good night, boys," he grunted. In the vast corridor, the cleaning women were sweeping the floor, and he gave them a little wave. As always at that hour, there was a draft, and the staircase he descended in the company of Janvier was damp and freezing. This was mid-November, and it had rained all day. Maigret hadn't left the stiflingly hot atmosphere of his office since 8 o'clock the previous morning. Before crossing the courtyard, he turned up the collar of his overcoat. "Shall I drop you off somewhere?" A taxi, ordered by telephone, was stationed in front of the entrance to Quai des Orfèvres. At any metro station, Chief, it was pouring down, the rain bouncing off the pavements. Janvier got out of the car at Châtelet. "Good night, Chief." "Good night, Janvier." It was a moment like so many others they had shared, and they both felt the same slightly weary sense of satisfaction. A few minutes later, Maigret noiselessly climbed the stairs up to his apartment in Boulevard Richard Lenoir, fumbling in his pocket for his key. He turned it quietly in the lock, and almost at once heard Madame Maigret stir in bed. "Is that you?" She had asked that same question sleepily hundreds, if not thousands, of times when he came home in the middle of the night, groping for the bedside light, and then getting up in her nightdress and glancing at her husband to gauge his mood. "Is it over?" "Yes." "Did the boy talk in the end?" He nodded. "Are you hungry? Do you want me to make you something to eat?" He had hung up his wet overcoat on the coat stand and was loosening his tie. "Is there any beer in the refrigerator?" He had almost stopped the car at Place de la République to down a beer in a brasserie that was still open. "Did it turn out to be what you thought? A run-of-the-mill affair, as much as a case implicating several people can be described as run-of-the-mill. The newspapers had dubbed them the Bike Gang. The first time, 2 motorbikes had pulled up in front of a jeweler's in Rue de Rennes in broad daylight. 2 men had jumped off one, and a third off the other, their faces masked with red bandanas. All three had dashed into the shop and emerged minutes later, brandishing guns, with jewels and watches snatched from the window and the counter in the heat of the moment. The bystanders had been numb with shock, and when motorists eventually reacted and thought to give chase to the thieves, it had caused such a traffic jam that the culprits were able to get away. They'll strike again. Maigret had predicted. The haul was meager because the jewelers, owned by a widow, only sold cheap goods. They wanted to perfect their technique. This was the first time that motorbikes had been used in a holdup. Maigret was not mistaken, because 3 days later the scenario was repeated, this time in a luxury jeweler's in Faubourg Saint-Honoré. The result was the same, only this time the bandits had looted jewelry worth several million old francs. 200 million according to the newspapers. 100 said the insurance company. But as they made their getaway, one of the robbers had lost his bandana, and he had been arrested 2 days later at the locksmith's where he worked, in Rue Saint-Paul. By that evening, 3 were behind bars. The eldest aged 22 and the youngest, Jean Boche, nicknamed Jeannot, just 18. He was blond, his hair too long, and was the son of a cleaning woman in Rue Saint-Antoine. He too worked in a locksmith, so Janvier and I took turns all day, and irritable Maigret told his wife, drinking beer and eating sandwiches. Listen, Jeannot, you think you're a tough guy. They had you believe you were. But it was neither you nor your little friends who planned those robberies. There's someone behind you. Someone who orchestrated the whole thing, taking care not to get his hands dirty. He was released from friends 2 months ago and isn't keen to go back to prison. Admit he was at the scene in a stolen car, and that he covered your getaway by faking a clumsy maneuver and holding up the traffic. Maigret undressed, taking the occasional sip of beer, bringing his wife up to date in terse sentences. Those kids are the toughest. They have a very strong code of honor instilled into them. He'd had 3 repeat offenders arrested, including a certain Gaston Nouveau. As was to be expected, he had a watertight alibi. 2 people had stated that, at the time of the heist, he'd been in a bar in Avenue des Ternes for hours. The questioning had stalled. Plump Victor Simenon, nicknamed Granny, the eldest of the 3 bikers, looked at Maigret contemptuously. Saugier, known as Banger, cried, swearing he knew nothing. Janvier and I concentrated our efforts on young Bosch. We had his mother brought in, and she begged him, talk, Jeannot. You can see that these gentlemen aren't after you. They know you let yourself be led astray. 20 unpleasant hours, relentlessly pushing a kid to the limits of human resistance. It wasn't pleasant either to see him suddenly crack. All right, I'll tell you everything. Yes, it was Nouveau who approached us at the Lotus and who got us involved in the racket. A little bar in Rue Saint-Antoine, where young boys and girls went to listen to the jukeboxes. Because of you. When I get out of prison, he'll have me killed by his friends. That was all. Another day done. Maigret went to bed, his head throbbing. What time do you have to be at the office? 9 o'clock. Can't you sleep in a little? Wake me up at 8. There was no transition to speak of. He didn't feel as if he'd slept. No sooner had he closed his eyes, it seemed. Then the doorbell was ringing, and his wife slipping out of bed to go and answer it. There was whispering in the hallway. He thought he recognized the voice, told himself he must be dreaming, and buried his head under the pillow. Again, his wife's footsteps padding towards the bed. Was she going to go back to sleep? Had someone rung the wrong bell? No. She touched his shoulder, drew back the curtains, and, without needing to open his eyes, he was aware that it was daylight. He asked in a slurred voice, "What time is it?" 7 o'clock-ish. Is someone here? Lapointe's waiting for you in the dining room. What does he want? I don't know. Stay in bed for a minute while I make you a cup of coffee. Why was his wife talking to him as if she'd just been given bad news? Why had she been loath to answer his question? It was a filthy gray day, and the rain was still coming down. Initially, Maigret thought that Jean Boche, thrown into a panic by his confession, had hanged himself in his police cell. He got up without waiting for his coffee, pulled on his trousers, ran a comb through his hair, and opened the dining room door. Still groggy from too deep a sleep, Lapointe stood by the window, wearing a black overcoat and holding a dark-colored hat, his cheeks covered in stubble after a night on duty. Maigret merely gave him a quizzical look. I apologize for waking you up so early. Chief, something happened last night. To someone you're fond of. Janvier. No. Not someone from Quai des Orfèvres. Madame Maigret brought in 2 large cups of coffee. L'oignon. Is he dead? Seriously wounded? He was taken to Bichat and Monsieur Mingaud. The consultant has been operating on him for the last 3 hours. I didn't want to come sooner or telephone you, because after the day you'd had yesterday, you needed some rest. Besides, at first, they didn't think there was much chance that he'd live. What happened to him? 2 bullets, one in the stomach, the other just below the shoulder, where Avenue Junot, on the pavement. Was he alone? Yes, for the time being. It's his colleagues from the 18th arrondissement who are investigating. Maigret sipped his coffee without experiencing the usual satisfaction. I thought you'd want to be there if he regains consciousness. The car's downstairs. Do they know anything about the attack? Almost nothing. They don't even know what he was doing in Avenue Junot. A concierge heard the shots and called the emergency services. A bullet went through her shutter, smashed the window pane, and lodged itself in the wall above her bed. I'll get dressed. He went into the bathroom while Madame Maigret set the table for breakfast, and Lapointe, having removed his overcoat, waited. Inspector Lognon didn't belong to Quai des Orfèvres, even though he was keen to. But Maigret had worked with him often. Almost every time there was a major case in the 18th arrondissement, he was a civvy, as they said. One of the 20 plainclothes inspectors whose office was in the Montmartre town hall, on the corner of Rue Ordinaire and Rue du Mont-Cenis. Some called him Inspector Hard Done By because of his sullen expression, but Maigret called him Inspector Luckless. And it did indeed seem as if poor old Lognon had a talent for attracting misfortune. Short and scrawny, he had a permanent cold, which gave him a red nose and the watery eyes of a drunkard, even though he was probably the soberest man in the police force. He was afflicted with a sick wife, who dragged herself from her bed to an armchair by the window. When he was off duty, Lognon had to manage the housework, the shopping, and the cooking. He could just about afford to pay a woman to come once a week to do the heavy cleaning. On 4 occasions, he had sat the police judiciaire entrance exam, and he'd failed each time because of careless mistakes, whereas he was in fact an outstanding police officer, a sort of bloodhound who, once on a trail, would not give up. obstinate, meticulous, the type who could immediately smell something suspicious passing someone in the street. Do they hope to save him? At Bichat, they reckon he has a 30% chance, apparently. For a man nicknamed Inspector Luckless, that was not encouraging. Has he been able to speak Maigret? His wife and Lapointe ate the croissants which the baker's boy had just left outside the door. His colleagues didn't tell me, and I didn't want to press them. Lognon wasn't the only one to suffer from an inferiority complex. Most of the neighborhood inspectors coveted a post at Quai des Orfèvres, and when they had an interesting case likely to make the headlines, they hated the big boys taking it away from them. Let's go, sighed Maigret, putting on his overcoat, which was still damp. His gaze met his wife's, and he understood that she wanted to speak to him, guessing that the same idea had just occurred to both of them. Do you expect to be back for lunch? It's unlikely. In that case, don't you think? She was thinking of Madame Lognon, helpless and alone at home. Get dressed quickly. We'll drop you off at Place Constantin Pécure. The Lognons had lived there for 20 years, in a red brick apartment building with yellow bricks surrounding the windows. Maigret had never been able to remember the street number. Lapointe took the wheel of the little police judiciaire car. This was the second time in so many years that Madame Maigret had got into one of these with her husband. They drove past crammed buses. On the pavements, people walked fast, leaning forward, clutching their umbrellas, which the wind was trying to snatch from their hands. They reached Montmartre, Rue Caulaincourt. It's here. In the middle of the square was a stone couple, one of the woman's breasts emerging from the folds of her robe, and the statue was black on the side exposed to the rain. Telephone me at the office. I hope to be there by late morning. One case was barely over when another was beginning, about which he knew nothing yet. He was fond of Lognon. Often, in his official reports, he had highlighted his merits, even crediting him with successes he personally had achieved. But it hadn't helped. Inspector Luckless. To Bichat first. A staircase, corridors, rows of beds glimpsed through open doors, the gaze of their occupants following them as they passed. They were sent the wrong way and had to go back down to the courtyard and up another staircase before reaching, at last, a door marked surgery. It was being guarded by an inspector from the 13th arrondissement whom they knew, a certain Créac, who had an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. "I think you'd better put out your pipe, Inspector. There's a dragon here who'll go for you the way she did me when I tried to light my cigarette." Nurses went past with bedpans, pitchers, trays of files, and nickel instruments. "Is he still in there?" It was 8:45. They set to work on him at 4 o'clock. "You don't have any news?" "No. I tried to inquire at this office on the left, but the old witch—" It was the office of the matron whom Créac had called the dragon. Maigret knocked on the door. A disagreeable voice bade him enter. "What is it?" "I apologize for disturbing you, madame. I am the head of the crime squad at the police judiciaire." The woman's frosty glare seemed to say, "So what? I'd like to know whether you have any news of the inspector who's being operated on at the moment. I'll have some when he's out of surgery. All I can tell you is that he's not dead, because the consultant hasn't come out." "Was he able to speak when he was brought in?" She gave him a withering look for asking such an idiotic question. "He had lost almost half his blood, and we had to give him an emergency transfusion." "When do you think he's likely to regain consciousness?" "You'll have to ask Monsieur Mingot. If you have a private room, I'd be grateful if you would reserve it for him. It is important. An inspector will keep watch at his bedside." She pricked up her ears because the operating theater door had just opened and a man had appeared in the corridor. A skull cap on his head and a blood-stained apron over his white coat. "Monsieur Mingot, this is someone who—" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Pleased to meet you. Is he alive?" "For the time being, barring any complications, I hope to save him." His forehead was beaded with sweat, and his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. "One more thing. It is important for him to be put in a private room. See to that, Madame Drassa. Excuse me." He strode towards his office. The door opened again. A nurse was pushing a gurney on which the form of a body could be made out beneath the sheets. That of Lognon, stiff and pale, with only the top half of his face visible. "Take him to Tune 18, Bernard." "Yes, madame." She followed the gurney. Maigret, Lapointe, and Créac behind her. In the wan light coming from the high windows, they walked past wards lined with beds. It was like being in a bad dream. A junior doctor came out of the operating theater and joined the mournful procession. Are you family? No. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Oh, it's you. He darted him a curious look, as if to reassure himself that Maigret resembled his mental image of him. Monsieur Mingot says there's a chance he'll pull through. This was a world apart, where voices didn't sound the same as elsewhere, and questions did not find answers. If he told you so, you have no idea how long it will take him to come round. Was Maigret's question so ridiculous that they had to gaze at him in that way? The matron stopped the police officers in front of the door. No, not now. They had to settle the wounded patient in, probably administer treatment, because two nurses brought in equipment, including an oxygen tent. Wait in the corridor if you must, although I don't like that. There are visiting times. Maigret glanced at his watch. I think I'll leave you. Créac, try to be there when he regains consciousness. If he's able to talk, note down exactly what he says. No, he didn't feel humiliated. All the same, he felt uncomfortable because he wasn't used to being brushed off like that. Here his renown did not impress people for whom life and death meant something different to what it did to the average person. Out in the courtyard, he was relieved to be able to light his pipe while Lapointe lit a cigarette. As for you, you'd better go to bed. Just drop me at the town hall of the 18th arrondissement first. Won't you let me stay with you, Chief? You spent the night. At my age, you know. They were just around the corner. In the inspector's office, they found three plainclothes officers hunched over their typewriters writing reports, like conscientious clerks. Hello, gentlemen. Which one of you is up to date? He knew them too, if not by name, then at least by sight. And all three had risen to their feet. All of us and no one. Has someone been to talk to Madame Lognon? Durantel's taking care of it. There were wet footprints on the floor, and the air smelled of stale cigarette smoke. Was Lognon on a case? They exchanged hesitant glances. Finally, one of them, a short, plump officer, began, "That's precisely what we were wondering. You know Lognon, sir." When he was following up a lead, he would sometimes behave mysteriously. It wasn't unusual for him to work on a case for weeks without talking to us about it. because poor Lognon was used to others getting the credit instead of him. He'd been acting secretive for at least a fortnight, sometimes coming back to the office with the air of someone who's planning a big surprise. He didn't give any hints, no, except that he nearly always chose to be on night duty. Does anyone know which sector he was working in? The patrol spotted him several times in Avenue Junot, not far from the place where he was attacked, but not recently. He would leave the office at around 9 p.m. and come back at around 3 or 4. Some nights, he didn't come back at all. He didn't keep a written record. I checked the logbook. He simply wrote nothing to report. Have you got men at the scene? 3, led by Chinquier, the press. It's hard to keep an attack on a police inspector from them. Don't you want to see the superintendent? Not now. Maigret had Lapointe drive him to Avenue Junot. The trees were shedding their last leaves, which were plastered to the damp pavements. It was still raining, but that didn't stop around 50 people from gathering halfway down the avenue. Uniformed officers had cordoned off a square of pavement in front of a 4-story apartment building. When Maigret alighted from the car and had to push his way through the curious onlookers and the umbrellas, the photographers caught sight of him. One more. Inspector. Take a few steps forward into the crowd. He glared at them in the same way that the matron had glared at him at Bichat. On the area of empty pavement, the rain hadn't been enough to wash away a pool of blood which was slowly being diluted, and, since it wasn't possible to draw with chalk, the police had formed the outline of a body as best they could using twigs. Inspector Deliotte from the 18th Arrondissement Police Station removed his sopping hat to greet Maigret. Chinquier is with the concierge. Inspector, he was the first on the scene. Uns. Maigret walked into the old-fashioned, but very clean and well-maintained building, and pushed open the glass door of the lodge just as Inspector Chinquier was putting his notebook back in his pocket. I thought you'd come. I was surprised not to see anyone from Quai des Orfèvres. I dropped into Bichat first. The surgery. It seems to have been successful. The consultant thinks there's a chance he'll pull through. The lodge, too, was clean and tidy. The concierge, who must have been around 45, was an affable woman with pleasing curves. Have a seat, gentlemen. I've just told the inspector everything I know. Look at the floor. The green linoleum was strewn with shards of glass from the smashed window pane. And here, she pointed to a hole about a meter above the bed at the back of the room. Were you alone at the time? Yes. My husband is a night porter at Le Palace, Avenue des Champs-Élysées, and doesn't get home until 8 in the morning. Where is he at the moment? In the kitchen. She pointed to a closed door. He's trying to rest because he'll have to go back to work this evening. In spite of all this, I presume, Shinkie, that you have asked all the necessary questions. Please don't be annoyed if I ask some myself as well. Do you need me? Not right away. In that case, I'll go upstairs for a minute. Maigret frowned, wondering where he was going, but didn't press the matter, not wishing to offend the neighborhood inspector. Apologies, Madame. Madame Sauget. The residents call me Angèle. Do please sit down. I am so used to being on my feet. She went over to draw the curtain which hid the bed during the day, turning the room into a little sitting room. You don't want anything to drink? A cup of coffee? No, thank you. So last night, you were in bed? Yes. I heard a voice saying, "Door, please." Do you know what time that was? My alarm clock has phosphorescent numbers. It was 2:20. Was it one of your residents on their way out? No, it was that gentleman. She spoke with the awkwardness of someone forced to be indiscreet. What gentleman? The one who was attacked. Maigret and Lapointe looked at one another in amazement. Do you mean Inspector Lognon? She nodded, adding, We have to tell the police everything, don't we? I don't usually talk about my residents, about what they do or who visits them. Their private life is none of my business, but after what's happened, have you known the inspector long? Yes, for years. Ever since my husband and I have lived here. But I didn't know his name. I saw him go past, and I knew he was in the police. Because he came into the lodge several times to carry out identity checks. He's not very talkative. How did you get to know him better? When he started seeing the young lady on the 4th floor. This time, Maigret was left speechless. As for Lapointe, he was completely stunned. Policemen aren't necessarily saints. Maigret was not unaware that in his own department, some officers did not shy away from extramarital affairs. But Lognon, that hard done-by, should pay nocturnal visits to a young lady. 200 meters from his own home. Are you sure it's the same man? He's quite recognizable, isn't he? How long has he been going up to see this person? About 10 days. So one night, I presume, he came home with her. Yes. Did he hide his face as he passed the lodge? I think so. Did he come back often? Almost every night. Did he leave very late? Initially, I mean the first 3 or 4 days. He left just after midnight. Then he stayed later, until 2 or 3 in the morning. What's this woman's name? Marinette. Marinette Ogier. A very pretty girl of 25. A nice young lady. Is she in the habit of receiving gentlemen visitors? I think I can answer, because she's never made a secret of her behavior. For a year, she received 2 or 3 visits a week from a good-looking young man she told me was her fiancé. Did he spend the night with her? You'll find out sooner or later. Yes. And when he stopped coming, I thought she looked sad. One morning, when she came to collect her post, I asked her whether the engagement was off, and she replied, "Don't talk to me about it ever again, Angèle. Men aren't worth crying over." She can't have fretted over him for long, because she soon recovered her good spirits. She's a very jolly girl, robust. Does she work? She's a beautician, from what she told me, in a salon on Avenue Matignon. That explains why she's always so well groomed, tastefully dressed. What about her boyfriend? The fiancé who never came back. He was around 30. I don't know what he did for a living. I only know his first name. I called him Monsieur Henri, the name he gave when he passed the lodge at night. When did they break up? Last winter, around Christmas time. So, for nearly a year, this young lady, what did you say her name is? Marinette. Marinette Ogier. For nearly a year. Then she didn't have any visitors. Only her brother, from time to time. He lives in the suburbs with his wife and their 3 children. A couple of weeks ago, she came home one night accompanied by Inspector Maigret, like I told you, and since then he's been back every day, except Sunday, unless I didn't see him come in or leave. He never came during the day. No, but you've just reminded me of a detail. One night he arrived at around 9 o'clock, as usual. I ran after him before he started going up the stairs to say, "Marinette's not home." "I know," he replied. "She's at her brother's." He went upstairs all the same, with no explanation. So I assume she'd given him the key. Maigret now understood why Inspector Chinquier had gone upstairs. Is Mademoiselle Augier home at the moment? No. Did she go to work? I don't know. But when I wanted to tell her what had happened and break it to her gently, at what time? After phoning the police. So, before 3 o'clock in the morning, yes, I said to myself that she must have heard the shots. All the residents did. Some were leaning out of their windows. Others came down in their dressing gowns to find out what was going on. On the pavement, it was not a pretty sight. So I ran upstairs and knocked on her door. No one answered. I went in and found the apartment empty. She looked at Maigret with a certain smugness, as if to say, "You might have come across some strange things in the course of your career, but admit that you weren't expecting this." It was true. Maigret and Lapointe could only exchange nonplussed glances. Maigret was thinking that meanwhile his wife was with Madame Lognon, whose first name was Solange, consoling her and probably doing her housework. Do you think she left the building when he did? I'm positive she didn't. I have keen hearing, and I'm sure that only one person, a man. Did he shout his name in passing? No. He was in the habit of yelling forth. I recognized his voice. Besides, he was the only one who used that word. Could she have left before him? No. I only opened the door once last night, at 11:30, to the people from the 3rd floor who came back from the cinema. Could she have gone out after the shooting? That's the only explanation. When I saw the body on the pavement, I raced in here to telephone the emergency services. I wasn't sure whether to close the main door. I didn't dare. It felt as if it would be abandoning the poor man. Did you lean over him to find out whether he was dead? It was hard, because I hate the sight of blood, but I did. Was he conscious? I don't know. He didn't say anything. His lips moved. I could tell he wanted to speak. I thought I made out a word, but I must have got it wrong, because it makes no sense. Maybe he was delirious. What word? Ghost. She blushed, as if she were afraid that Maigret and Lapointe would laugh at her or accuse her of making things up. Chapter 2. Lunch at Chez Manière. It was as if the man had chosen that particular moment for dramatic effect. Maybe he'd been listening at the door. The word ghost had barely been uttered when the knob turned. The door opened a fraction, and a head appeared while the rest of the body remained unseen. His face was pale, his features drawn, his eyelids and mouth drooping, and it took Maigret a few seconds to realize that what gave the newcomer his mournful expression was the absence of dentures. "Aren't you asleep, Raoul?" And, as if it were necessary, she introduced the man, my husband, Inspector, much older than her. He was wearing an unsightly purple dressing gown over his pajamas. Behind his desk at Le Palace, in his gold-trimmed livery, he must have cut a fine figure, but here, unshaven, his body weary, with the scowl of someone who can't get to sleep, he was both ridiculous and pathetic. Holding a cup of coffee, he vaguely greeted Maigret. Then his gaze turned to the lace curtains on the other side of which dark shapes were still clustered in the driving rain. Despite the police officer's efforts to keep them at bay. "Is this going to go on for long?" he groaned. He was being deprived of his much-needed sleep, the sleep he was entitled to. And from the look on his face, anyone would have thought that he was the real victim. "Why don't you take one of those pills the doctor prescribed? They give me a stomach ache." He sat down in a corner to drink his coffee. His feet bare inside felt slippers, opening his mouth only to sigh during the rest of the interview. "Madame, I'd like you to try and remember what happened, almost second by second, from the moment when you were asked to open the door." Why this delectable woman had married a man at least 20 years her senior was none of his business, and she probably hadn't seen him without his dentures at the time. "I heard door pull. Please." And the voice, which I recognized, shouted forth, as I've already told you. I automatically glanced at the clock. It's a habit. The time was 20 past 2. I reached out to press the button, because nowadays there isn't a door pull anymore, but an electric button that opens the door. Just then, I thought I heard the sound of an engine, as if a car was parked not right outside, but further along, with the motor still running. I even said to myself that it was probably the Hardsons, a couple who live in the next building, who often come home in the small hours. All that only lasted a few seconds. Heard Monsieur Lognon's footsteps in the corridor. Then the door slammed. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the engine grew louder. The car pulled away and a shot rang out. Then another, and a third. They might as well have taken aim at the lodge itself with that last one, because it hit the shutter, broke the window, and there was a strange sound above my head. Did the car carry on driving? Are you sure there was a car? The husband looked from one to the other. His head bowed, stirring the spoon in his cup. I'm positive. The street is on a slope. To drive up it, cars accelerate. That one went full throttle in the direction of Rue Norvins. You don't recall hearing a shout? No. At first I stayed put because I was frightened. But women always want to know, to find out what's going on. I switched on the light, grabbed my dressing gown, and rushed into the corridor. Was the front door closed? I told you. I heard it slam. I pressed my ear to it and could only hear the rain. So I opened it a fraction, and I saw the body barely 2 meters from the doorway, facing the top of the street or the bottom. More as if he'd been heading towards Rue Colincourt. The poor man was clutching his stomach with both hands, and blood was streaming over his fingers. His open eyes were staring at me. You leaned over, and that's when you heard, or thought you heard, the word ghost. I'd swear that that's what he whispered. Windows opened. Residents don't have their own telephones and have to use the one in the lodge. 2 of them who've applied for a phone have been on the waiting list for over a year. I came back inside and looked up the emergency services number in the directory. You should know these things, but you don't think about it, especially in a quiet building like ours. Was the light on in the corridor? No, only in my lodge. The operator on the other end asked me questions, thinking it was a hoax, so it took a while. The telephone was wall-mounted. From where it was positioned, you could see into the corridor. Residents came down. I told you all that. After hanging up, I thought of Marinette, and I dashed up to the 4th floor. Thank you. May I use your phone? Maigret called the police judiciaire. Hello, is that you? Lucas, you must have found a note from Lapointe about Lognan. No, I'm not at the hospital anymore. They don't know if he'll pull through yet. I'm at Avenue Junot. I'd like you to go over to Bichat. Yes, yourself preferably. Put on your most official manner, because those people don't much care for outsiders. Try to see the junior doctor who was present during surgery. because Monsieur Mingo's probably unavailable at this hour. I presume they found the bullet. Two, most likely. Yes. I'd like to have as many details as possible while I'm waiting for the official report. And take the bullets to the laboratory. In the past, this job was given to a civilian expert, Gastine Renette. But now they had a ballistics expert in the police judiciaire laboratories, in the eaves of the Palais de Justice. I'll see you soon or early this afternoon. Maigret turned to Lapointe. Do you really not want to go home to bed? I am not sleepy, Chief. The night porter from Le Palace shot him a look that was a mixture of envy and disapproval. In that case, go over to Avenue Matignon. There can't be so many beauty salons that you won't be able to find the one where Marinette Augier works. It's highly unlikely she'll be there. Try to discover as much as you can about her. Understood, Chief, and I'll go upstairs. Maigret was a little annoyed not to have thought of the bullets when he was at the hospital. But this was no ordinary investigation. It was as if, because it involved Lognon, it had taken on a less professional character. At Bichat, he had been thinking first and foremost about the inspector and had allowed himself to be intimidated by the matron. The consultant and the wards where the rows of patients followed him with their eyes. The building on Avenue Junot had no lift. There was no carpet on the stairs either, but the wooden treads, shiny from wear, were well polished, the handrails smooth. There were 2 apartments on each floor, and some doors had brass nameplates. On the 4th floor, he pushed the half-open door, crossed a dark hallway, and found himself in a living room where Inspector Chinquier was sitting in a floral, chintz-covered armchair, smoking his cigarette. I was waiting for you. Did she tell you everything? Yes. Did she mention the car? That's what I found most striking. Look at this. He stood up and pulled from his pocket 3 shiny cartridge cases which he'd wrapped in a piece of newspaper. We found them in the street. If the gun was fired from a moving car, which is likely, the shooter had his arm out of the door. You'll notice that it's a 7.63. Chinquier was a conscientious police officer who knew his job. The weapon was probably an automatic Mauser pistol, a heavy weapon that can't be slipped into a handbag or a trouser pocket. You see what I mean? It appears to be the work of a professional who had at least one accomplice at the wheel, because he didn't shoot while driving. Generally, a jealous lover doesn't enlist his friends to help him kill his rival. What's more, he aimed at the stomach. It is more certain than aiming at the chest, because a man rarely survives when his intestines have been perforated in a dozen places by a high-caliber bullet. Have you looked around the apartment? I'd like you to see for yourself. This investigation presented another distinctive characteristic that made Maigret feel uncomfortable. It had been launched by the neighborhood police force. Now, although they readily laughed at Lognon when he was on both feet, it was still their colleague who had been gunned down. Under the circumstances, Maigret could hardly sideline them and take over the case on his own. This room's not bad, is it? With a little sunshine, it would be even more pleasant. The walls were a vibrant yellow and the floor varnished, with a light yellow rug in the center. The modern furniture had been tastefully chosen, creating a lounge dining room, and there was both a television and a record player. On the central table, Maigret had immediately noticed an electric coffee maker, a cup with coffee dregs, a sugar bowl, and a bottle of brandy. "Only one cup," he grunted. "You haven't touched it. Chinquier, you should call Quai des Orfèvres and ask them to send the lab team." He did not remove his overcoat and had put his hat back on. One of the armchairs was facing the window, close to a pedestal table, and an ashtray contained 7 or 8 cigarette ends. 2 doors opened into the living room. The first led to the kitchen, which was clean and tidy and resembled one of those model showroom kitchens rather than the kind usually found in old Parisian apartment buildings. The second door led to the bedroom. The bed was unmade. The pillow, the only pillow, still had the dent made by one head. A pale blue silk dressing gown had been slung over the back of a chair. A woman's pajama jacket of the same color lay on the floor, and the bottoms at the foot of a wardrobe. Chinquier was already coming back up. "I got Moores on the phone. He's sending the team over right away. Have you had a chance to look around? Have you opened the wardrobe?" "Not yet." He opened it. 5 dresses on hangers, a fur-trimmed winter coat, and 2 suits, one beige and the other navy blue. Suitcases were stacked on the top shelf. You see what I mean? It doesn't look as if she took any luggage. In the chest of drawers, you'll find her underwear, neatly arranged. The window had a view over part of Paris, but mainly, especially today, of the gray sky from which the rain continued to pelt down. Past the bed, a door led into the bathroom, where nothing was missing either. Not the toothbrush or the beauty creams, judging from her apartment. Marinette Augier was a person with taste, who spent a good deal of time at home and liked her comfort. I forgot to ask the concierge whether she cooked or whether she ate in restaurants. Admitted Maigret. I did. She nearly always eats here. The refrigerator contained half a cold chicken, butter, cheese, fruit, 2 bottles of beer, and a bottle of mineral water. In the bedroom, on the bedside table, another bottle had been opened. On the same bedside table, Maigret was more interested in the ashtray, which contained 2 lipstick-stained cigarette butts. She smokes Virginia tobacco, whereas in the living room, someone was smoking Gauloises. Correct. The 2 men exchanged a look, because the same thing had occurred to both of them. Judging by the state of the bed, there are no signs that last night was spent love-making. Despite the tragedy, it was hard not to smile at the thought of Inspector Hard Done By in the arms of a pretty young beautician. Had they argued? Had a sulking Lognan taken refuge in the next room, sunk in an armchair and chain-smoked while his mistress was in bed, something wasn't right, and Maigret realized, once again, that from the start he had not handled this case with his usual clear-headedness. "I'm sorry to ask you to go downstairs again, Chinquier, but there's one more question I forgot to ask. I'd like to know whether the concierge found a light on in the living room when she came upstairs. I can tell you there was a light in the bedroom whose door was open, but not in the other rooms." They went back together into the living room, whose full-length windows opened onto a balcony running the entire length of the facade. As is common on the top floor of old apartment buildings in Paris, despite the grayness, it was just about possible to make out the Eiffel Tower, the church bell towers, and, on hundreds of roofs glistening in the rain, smoking chimney stacks. In the early days of his career, Maigret had known Avenue Junot when it was still a building site with only a few apartment blocks amid the patches of wasteland and gardens. A painter had been the first to build a sort of private mansion, which at the time was considered very modern. Others had followed his example. A novelist, an opera singer, and Avenue Junot had become a fashionable address. Through the French windows, Maigret could see several private residences which had ended up adjoining each other. From its style, the one opposite must have been around 15 years old. And it had 2 stories. Did it belong to a painter? As the almost entirely glazed second floor seemed to suggest, dark curtains were drawn, leaving only a 30 to 40 centimeter gap between them. Had Maigret been asked what he was thinking about, he would have had difficulty answering. He was taking it all in no particular order, randomly. At times he looked outside, at times inside the apartment, knowing that at a given moment, some images would connect up and make sense. A noise was heard coming from the street, heavy footsteps on the stairs, voices, banging. The team from Criminal Records had arrived with all their equipment, and mowers had taken the trouble to come in person. "Where's the body?" he asked, his blue eyes always seeming a little startled behind the thick lenses of his glasses. "There's no body. Didn't Chinquier tell you?" "I was in such a rush," apologized the latter. "It's Lognon, who was shot as he was leaving the building." "Is he dead?" "He's been taken to Bichat. He may pull through." "He spent part of the night in this apartment with a woman. I'd like to know if there are any of his fingerprints in the bedroom or only in this room. Take all the prints you can find. Are you coming downstairs with me? Chinquier." He waited until they were in the corridor downstairs before saying to him quietly, "It might be useful to question the residents and neighbors. There's not much likelihood anyone was at their window, given the weather at the time of the shooting, but you never know. It is also possible that young Marinette took a taxi, and if she did, it won't be hard to find the driver. She probably went down to Place Constantin Piqueur, where there are more cars than up on Montmartre. You know the area better than me. So do your colleagues." Shaking Chinquier's hand, he sighed, "Good luck." And he pushed open the glass lodge door. The concierge's husband had decided to go to sleep in his bed because his regular breathing could be heard coming from behind the curtain. "Do you need anything else?" whispered Angèle Sauget. "No. I wanted to make a telephone call, but I'll go elsewhere. I'd rather not disturb him. Don't be annoyed with him. When he doesn't get enough rest, he's impossible. I gave him a sleeping tablet which is beginning to work. If you remember any further details, please do telephone the police judiciaire. I'd be surprised, but I will. I promise. If only those journalists and photographers would go away. They're the ones attracting the gawkers. I'll try to move them on, as he expected. The minute he stepped outside, they mobbed him. Despite the police presence, listen, gentlemen, right now. I don't know any more than you do. Inspector Lognan was attacked while on duty by persons unknown. On duty, shouted a mocking voice. I said while on duty, and I repeat it. He was severely wounded and was operated on by Monsieur Mingot at Bichat. But he probably won't be able to talk for some hours, if not days. In the meantime, we can only surmise. In any case, there's nothing more to see here, but it is possible that this afternoon at Quai des Orfèvres, I'll have some news for you. What was the inspector doing in this building? Is it true that a young woman has disappeared? See you this afternoon. Don't you want to comment? I don't know anything. And his overcoat collar upturned and his hands thrust in his pockets, he walked off down the street. The sound of a few clicks told him he was being photographed, for lack of anything else. And when he looked around, the reporters were beginning to disperse. In Rue Colincourt, he went into the first café he saw and ordered a grog, since he'd felt shivery earlier. Give me 3 phone tokens, would you? 3. He took a big swig of his grog before going into the telephone booth. And his first call was to the hospital. As anticipated, he was transferred to several departments before he was put through to the matron on the surgery ward. No, he's not dead. A junior doctor is with him right now, and one of your inspectors is waiting in the corridor. It's still too early to say. That's it. Now another one of your men is coming into my office. Resigned. He hung up and called Quai des Orfèvres. Is Lapointe back? He just tried to reach you at Avenue Junot. I'll put him on. Through the glass wall of the booth, Maigret could see the pewter counter, the bar owner in his shirt sleeves, and 2 builders being served large glasses of red wine. Is that you, Chief? Found the beauty salon straight away because it's the only one in Avenue Matignon. It's a luxury establishment run by a certain Marcelin. The ladies speak very highly of him. Marinette Augier didn't turn up today, and her colleagues are surprised because they say she's very punctual and hardworking. She hasn't told anyone about her relationship with Lognon. She has a married brother who lives in Vanves, but no one knows his address. He's in insurance, and Marinette occasionally telephoned him at the office. The company's called La Fraternelle. I looked it up in the phone book. It's in Rue Le Pelletier. I didn't want to go there without talking to you first. Is Janvier with you? He's typing out a report. Ask him if it's urgent. I insist you go to bed so that you'll be available when I need you. A silence at the other end. Then Lapointe's resigned voice. He says it's not urgent. Then fill him in. Tell him to go to Rue Le Pelletier and see if he can find out where Marinette might be hiding. Other customers came into the little café, regulars who were served without having to be asked what they wanted to drink. People had recognized Maigret and were darting inquisitive glances over at the glass telephone booth. He had to look up Lognon's number. Unsurprisingly, it was Madame Maigret who picked up the phone. "Where are you?" she asked. "Shh. Whatever you do, don't tell her I'm around the corner. How is she?" He understood his wife's hesitation. "I imagine she's in bed, and that she feels worse than her husband." "Yes. Have you made her something to eat?" "After going to the local shops, so you can leave her on her own. She won't be happy, whether she likes it or not. Tell her I need you, and come and meet me as quickly as possible at Chez Manière. Are we having lunch together?" She couldn't believe her ears. Although they sometimes went out to eat on a Saturday evening or a Sunday, they almost never had lunch out together, particularly in the middle of an investigation. Maigret finished his grog at the bar, the voices around him sounding artificial. That was the price he paid for the unwanted publicity the newspapers gave him, which often hindered his work. Someone said, without looking at him, "Is it true that Hard Done By was shot by gangsters?" And another, ominously, "If they really are gangsters." There were rumors in the neighborhood about the relationship between Lognon and Marinette. Maigret paid and left, with everyone staring after him, and made his way to Chez Manière, located next to a flight of stone steps. The restaurant was a favorite haunt of local celebrities, and you could still rub shoulders with actresses, writers, and painters. It was too early for the regulars, and most of the tables were free. with only a handful of customers at the bar. He removed his wet overcoat and his hat and sank down onto the banquette by the window with a contented sigh. He had the time to smoke a pipe, a dreamy look in his eyes, before spotting Madame Maigret as she crossed the road, holding her umbrella like a shield. It feels funny, meeting you at this restaurant. It's at least 15 years since we last ate here, one evening, after the theater. Do you remember? Yes. What will you have? He held out the menu. I already know that you'll choose the andouillette. Can I be a bit extravagant and order cold lobster with mayonnaise? They waited until the starter and the Loire wine were on the table. There was no one next to them. The misted-up window made the atmosphere cozy. I feel a bit like one of your team. When you phone me to say you won't be home for lunch, this is how I picture you. With Lucas or Janvier. Unless I'm in my office making do with sandwiches and a beer. So tell me, I don't want to be unkind. Be honest. You've often talked to me about her and her husband. He was the one you felt sorry for, and I was close to thinking you were being unfair. And now I no longer pity her as much, even though it's probably not her fault. I found her in bed, and the concierge was there with her, along with an elderly neighbor who sits telling her beads all day long. They'd called the doctor because she looked as if she was at death's door. Was she surprised at your visit? Do you know what her opening words were? In any case, your husband won't be able to persecute him anymore. He'll be sorry he never let Charles join Quai des Orfèvres. At first, I felt uncomfortable. Luckily, the doctor arrived. A calm little old man with a wry expression. The concierge went downstairs. The old woman followed me into the dining room, still clutching her rosary. Poor woman. We're such fragile creatures. When you think about everything that's going on around us, it makes you afraid to go out into the street. I asked her if Madame Lognon was seriously ill, and she told me that her legs could barely carry her, and that it was probably her bones. They couldn't help smiling, both of them relishing the intimacy of this meal in an ambiance that was different from that of Boulevard Richard Lenoir. Madame Maigret especially was thrilled. Her eyes were brighter than usual, and her face was flushed as she spoke. When they ate lunch or dinner at home, it was chiefly Maigret who did the talking, because she had nothing much to tell. This time, she was conscious of being useful to him. Does it interest you? A great deal. Go on. When the consultation was over, the doctor signaled to me to follow him into the hallway, and we spoke in hushed tones. First of all, he asked me if I was indeed the wife of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, and he seemed taken aback to find me there. I explained. Well, you can guess what I said to him. I understand your sentiments. He said, "It's very kind of you, but let me warn you, without claiming that she has an iron constitution, I can tell you that she is not suffering from any serious illness. I've been treating her for 10 years, and I'm not the only one. She regularly calls on one or another of my colleagues, wanting them at all costs to discover a major ailment. But when I talk to her about seeing a psychiatrist or a neurologist, she becomes angry, swearing she's not mad and telling me that I don't know my job. Is she disappointed in her marriage? In any case, she's furious at her husband for remaining a mere neighborhood inspector. So she takes her revenge by passing herself off as sick, forcing him to care for her and do the housework, and making his life impossible. I understand why you came this morning, but if you are too accommodating, she'll keep you here using every means she can. I telephoned Bishaw in front of her, and I was able to inform her that her husband had a good chance of pulling through. I exaggerated a little. It doesn't really matter, because it's not her husband she feels sorry for, but herself. The waiter brought the andouillette and chips and half a lobster dressed with mayonnaise. Maigret filled their glasses. When you phoned me, and I told her I had to leave her for a couple of hours, she said bitterly, "Your husband needs you." Of course, all men are the same. Then, abruptly changing the subject, "When I'm a widow, my allowance won't be enough to allow me to keep this apartment where I've lived for 25 years. She didn't mention the existence of a woman in Lonan's life. She simply said that being a policeman is a vile job, where you mix with all sorts of people, including prostitutes. Did you try to find out whether his behavior had changed recently? She replied, "Ever since I made the stupid mistake of marrying him, he's forever been telling me that he's working on the big case that will bring him glory and force his superiors to promote him to the rank he deserves. At first, I believed him and was thrilled for him. In the end, the big case would fizzle out, or someone else would take the credit for it," Madame Maigret added, cheerful in a way her husband had rarely seen her. I have to confess that the way she looked at me when she said that, it was clear that the person who took all the credit was no other than you. She complained recently that he was being asked to do night duty more often than was fair. Is that right? He was the one who requested it. He didn't brag about it in front of her 4 or 5 days ago. He announced that soon there'd be some news and that, this time, the newspapers would be publishing his photo on the front page, whether they liked it or not. She didn't try to find out any more. She didn't believe him, and I imagine she laughed at him. Wait, she did add something that struck me. He told her, people aren't always what they seem, and if we could see through walls, there would be some strange surprises. They were interrupted by the owner, who came over to greet them and offer them a liqueur when they were alone again. Madame Maigret asked, a little anxiously, "Have I been of any help to you? Will that be useful?" He didn't reply immediately because, as he lit his pipe, he was mulling over an idea that was still half formed. Did you hear? Yes. What you have just told me will probably change the direction of the investigation. She looked at him, still incredulous, but delighted. That lunch at Chez Manière would be one of her most treasured memories. Chapter 3. Marinette's love affairs. The rain was beginning to ease up, no longer slanting down furiously and drenching those out and about, and Maigret, looking out of the window, prolonged this exceptionally delightful lunch. Had Lognon been able to see them, it would have given him yet another reason to vent his bitterness. While I lie injured in a hospital bed, others are treating themselves to a romantic lunch at Chez Manière and talking about my poor wife as if she were a shrew or a madwoman. An idea occurred to Maigret, not necessarily original or profound. It's curious how people's susceptibility generally complicates our lives more than their actual faults or their lies. This was especially true in his profession. He recalled investigations that had dragged on for several days, if not weeks, because he hadn't dared ask the person in front of him a blunt question, or because they were loath to talk about certain matters. Are you returning to your office? I'm going to Avenue Junot first. What about you? You don't think that if I leave her on her own, she'll accuse you of abandoning her with no one to care for her while her husband lies dying as a result of his devotion to the police? It was true. Madame Lognon, whose ill-suited first name Solange meant angel of the sun, was capable of complaining to the reporters who would soon be knocking at her door. and goodness knows what they'd end up printing in the newspapers. But you can't spend your days and nights at her place until he's better. See if the old spinster with the rosary can help out. Her name's Mademoiselle Papin. For a little money, she's bound to agree to spend a few hours in the apartment. Or you could perhaps hire a nurse. By the time they left the restaurant, the rain had eased up, and they went their separate ways at Place Constantin Piqueur. Maigret walked slowly up Avenue Junot and spotted Inspector Chinquier coming out of one building and ringing the bell of the one next door. That, too, was a task that was both delicate and disheartening. You disturbed people who were going quietly about their business at home and who were either worried or annoyed by the mere mention of the police. May I ask you whether last night they were all aware that an attempted murder had taken place in their street? Did they feel they were under suspicion? And is it not sometimes disagreeable to tell a stranger what one was doing the previous night? Even so, Maigret would have liked to be in Chinquier's shoes, to become better acquainted with the street, its residents, its inner life, which would have helped him understand the context, if not the tragedy itself. Unfortunately, it was a job that a divisional chief inspector cannot allow himself to do in person, and Maigret was already criticized for being out and about too often instead of managing his men from his office. There was only one officer left on duty outside Marinette's building. The faint blood stain on the pavement was still visible. A few passers-by stopped for a moment without forming a crowd, and the reporters had vanished. Nothing new, nothing. Inspector, things have calmed down. In the lodge, the Sauguets were lingering at the table. The night porter at Les Palaces still in his unsightly dressing gown, and still unshaven. Don't let me disturb you. I'm going up to the 4th floor for a minute, but I'd like to ask you one or two questions first. I presume Mademoiselle Augier doesn't have a car. She bought herself a scooter 2 years ago and sold it 2 or 3 months later after a minor accident. Where does she usually spend her holidays? Last summer, she went to Spain and came back so tanned that I didn't recognize her at first. Alone, with a female friend. So she told me. Did she often have visits from female friends? No. Other than the fiancé I told you about, and the inspector who has been coming to see her recently, she lived quite a solitary existence. What about Sundays? She would often go away on Saturday evenings because she worked on Saturday afternoons and come back on Monday morning. Salons are closed on Monday mornings, so she couldn't have gone very far. What I know is that she went swimming. She would often talk about spending hours in the water. He climbed up the 4 flights of stairs, spent a good 15 minutes opening drawers and cupboards, examining the clothes, underwear, and knickknacks that reveal a person's character and taste. Although nothing was particularly expensive, everything had been chosen with care. He found a letter, postmarked Grenoble, that he'd missed that morning, in a man's handwriting, the tone affectionate and cheerful. And it was only on reading the closing words that Maigret realized that it came from Marinette's father. Your sister is pregnant again, and her engineer husband is prouder than if he'd built the biggest dam in the world. As for your mother, she's still struggling to keep some 40 brats under control and comes home in the evening fragrant with the smell of infant wee. A wedding photograph of her sister's marriage, most likely, dating from a few years earlier. Surrounding the couple were the parents, stiff and awkward, as always in these photos. A young man and his wife with a little boy of 3 in front of them. And finally, a woman with lively, shining eyes who must have been Marinette. He put the photograph in his pocket. A little later, he took a taxi to Quai des Orfèvres, where he went back to his desk, which he'd left at 1 o'clock in the morning after persevering for hours and hours to try to solve the hold-up case. He hadn't had the time to remove his overcoat when Janvier knocked on his door. I saw the brother, Chief. I found him in his office in Rue Le Pelletier, where he holds a fairly senior position. Maigret showed him the wedding photograph. Is that him? Without hesitation, Janvier pointed at the father of the little boy. Had he heard about what happened last night? No, the newspapers have only just come out. At first, he insisted it must be a mistake, that it wasn't his sister's nature to run away or hide. She's so outspoken that I sometimes reprimand her, because not everyone likes it. You didn't get the feeling that he was keeping something from you. Maigret had sat down and fiddled with his pipes before selecting one, which he filled slowly. No, he seems like a very decent type. He answered all my questions about the family without hesitation. The father is an English teacher at the Grenoble Lycée, and the mother is head of a nursery school. There's another sister in Grenoble, married to an engineer who gives her a baby every year. I know. Maigret didn't add that he had learned this from the letter he had found in a drawer. After her baccalaureate, Marinette decided to live in Paris, where she worked at first as a shorthand typist for a lawyer. office life didn't suit her, and she trained to become a beautician. Her dream, according to her brother, is to open a beauty salon one day. What about the fiancé? She really was engaged. The young man, whose name is Jean-Claude Tournelle, is the son of a Paris industrialist. Marinette introduced him to her brother. There was talk of taking him to Grenoble to meet her parents. It is demoralizing, in a criminal case, to be confronted only with normal people, because you wonder why and how they have come to be mixed up in a tragedy. Does the brother know that Jean-Claude often used to stay overnight? He didn't dwell on that point, but he gave me to understand that while, as a brother, he couldn't approve, he was modern enough not to criticize his sister, a model family. In other words, grumbled Maigret, I found him very pleasant. The apartment in Avenue Junot, which must have reflected Marinette's personality, was pleasant too. All the same, I'd like to track her down as soon as possible. Has her brother seen her lately? Not last week, but the week before. When she didn't go to the country, she spent Sunday afternoons with her brother and sister-in-law. They live in Vanves, next to the park, which, as François Augier says, is very handy for the children. She didn't mention anything to them. She told them, in passing, that she'd met an extraordinary man and that soon she'd have an astonishing story to tell them. Her sister-in-law teased her, a new fiancé. Janvier seemed embarrassed to be reporting such mundane details. She swore that no, that once was enough. Why did she break up with Jean-Claude? She eventually realized that he was spineless, incapable of effort, and that deep down, he wasn't so thrilled to be committed. He failed his baccalaureate twice. Then his father sent him to England to stay with a friend, where things went wrong. Finally, he was given an office job in Paris, but he didn't make a success of it. Will you find out what time, either last night or this morning, there was a train for Grenoble? That proved fruitless. If she'd taken the first train, Marinette could have been at her parents' house by now. Neither her father, whom they managed to get hold of at school, nor her mother had seen her. Once again, they had to give tactful explanations so as not to worry those good people. No, no. I'm sure nothing's happened to her. Don't worry. Madame Augier, it so happens that last night your daughter witnessed a murder. No, not at her place. It simply took place on Avenue Junot. for reasons that I do not know yet. She has chosen to disappear for a while. I thought she might have taken refuge at your house." Maigret hung up and turned to Janvier. Phew, what on earth could I say to her? Lapointe questioned the girls from the beauty salon this morning, and none of them knows where Marinette spent her Sundays. She went off without any luggage, without a change of clothes, in the pouring rain. She'd know that in a hotel she'd immediately be spotted. Either she's staying with a girlfriend she trusts, or she's gone somewhere she knows well. A discreet place, a guest house in the suburbs, for example. She's a keen swimmer. It is highly unlikely that she could afford to go to the seaside every week. There are hundreds of possible spots by the Seine, the Marne, or the Oise. Go and see this Jean-Claude and try to find out where they used to go. Moores, in the adjacent office, was waiting for his turn, carrying a little cardboard box containing the bullets and the 3 cartridges. The expert agrees. "Chief, it is definitely a 7.63 caliber, and the gun used is almost certainly a Mauser. Fingerprints? I wonder what you'll think. They found Inspector Lognon's all over the living room, including on the wireless knobs. Not on those of the television, no, in the kitchen." He opened the refrigerator and a tin of ground coffee. His prints were also found on the electric coffee maker. Why are you smiling? Am I saying something stupid? No. Go on. Lognon used the glass and the cup. As for the bottle of brandy, it has both Lognon and the young woman's prints on it. What about the bedroom? No trace of Lognon. Not one of his hairs on the pillow, but a woman's hair. Not the slightest trace of mud either. Even though, from what I was told, Lognon arrived at Avenue Junot in the pouring rain with Moers and his team. No detail was neglected. He seems to have stayed sitting in the armchair in front of one of the French windows. I suppose that's when he turned the radio on. At another moment, he opened that window, leaving a perfect set of prints on the handle, and I picked up one of his cigarette ends from the balcony. You're still smiling, because that confirms the hunch I had earlier while listening to my wife talk. Did not everything suggest that hard done by, reduced to slavery by his wife, had finally allowed himself a love affair, and that he consoled himself at Avenue Junot for the dismal hours spent in the apartment in Place Constantin Pécure. I'm smiling, more's my friend, at the idea that his colleagues suddenly think he's a Don Juan. I'd swear, you see, that there was nothing going on between them, and I'm almost sad for him that there wasn't. He spent his evenings in the front room, the living room, generally by the window, and young Mademoiselle Marinette trusted him sufficiently to go to bed, despite his presence. You didn't find anything else? A little sand in the young woman's shoes, flat shoes that she must have worn in the countryside. It's river sand. We have hundreds of different samples up there, but it will take hours and a lot of luck to identify where that sand comes from. Keep me posted. Is anyone else waiting for me next door? An inspector from the 18th, with a little brown mustache. Yes, that's Chinquier. Tell him to come in as you go past. It was starting to rain again, a fine drizzle, a sort of fog that softened the light. The clouds in the sky were barely moving and gradually turning into a dense gray canopy. Well, Chinquier, I haven't finished with the street and my men are still making door-to-door inquiries. Luckily, there are only 40 or so numbers on each side. That's still some 200 people to be questioned. What interests me most of all are the buildings opposite. If you'll allow me, sir, I'll come to that in a minute, because I think I know what you're driving at. I began with the residence of the building poor Lognon came out of. On the ground floor, there's only an elderly couple, the Guebres, who have been in Mexico for a month, visiting their married daughter who lives there. From his pocket, he'd produced an old notebook, several pages of which were covered with names and sketches. With him, too. You had to take things slowly to avoid upsetting him. The other floors all have 2 apartments. On the first floor is a widow, Madame Faison, who's a sales assistant in a fashion house, and a couple of independent means, the Laniers, who rushed over to the window immediately after the shooting. They saw the car drive off, but they weren't able to make out the number plate. His eyes half closed. Maigret listened vaguely to the inspector's meticulous report, as if to a hum. Occasionally drawing on his pipe, he began to pay attention when he heard the name of a certain Maigret, who occupied the second floor of the building next door. According to Chinquier, he was a cantankerous old man who had shut himself away once and for all, content to watch the world from his window with a cynical expression. He's crippled with rheumatism and drags himself around with 2 sticks in a filthy apartment where no cleaning woman is allowed to cross the threshold. Each day, he places a note on his doormat to order food, which the concierge leaves outside his door. He doesn't have a wireless, doesn't read the newspapers. The concierge claims he's rich, even though he lives almost like a pauper. He has a married daughter who's tried several times to have him put away. Is he really mad? You'll see. I had a terrible job getting him to open his door to me, and I had to threaten to come back with a locksmith. When he finally made up his mind, he looked me up and down for ages, sighing. "You're a bit young for this job, aren't you?" I replied that I was 35, and he repeated 2 or 3 times, "A boy." A boy. What does a person know at 35? How much is a person capable of understanding? Did he tell you anything new? He spoke to me mainly about the Dutchman opposite. It's the building we saw this morning from the balcony. The little private mansion with the second floor glazed like an artist's studio. That house was built 15 years ago by a certain Norris Jonker, who is now 64 and whose wife, a beauty by all accounts, is much younger than him. Once again, Maigret wished he could have carried out these door-to-door inquiries himself. He would like to have met this rheumatic old misanthrope who had withdrawn from the world in the middle of Paris, in the middle of Montmartre, and spent his time spying on the people across the road. All of a sudden, he became talkative. Since he has a habit of jumping from one idea to another and slipping commentaries into his speech, I'm worried I might leave something out. I saw the Dutchman later, and it would be best if I told you about him straight away. He's a charming, elegant, and cultured man who belongs to a very well-known and very wealthy family in Holland. His father was the head of the Jonker, Hog and Company Bank in Amsterdam. He himself has never been interested in finance, and he spent years traveling the world. When he realized that the only place where he was happy was Paris, he had this mansion built in Avenue Junot, while his brother Hans has taken over the running of the bank since their father's death. Norris Jonker is content to receive the dividends and convert them into paintings. Paintings, echoed Maigret. He's said to own one of the most beautiful art collections in Paris. Just a moment. You rang the bell? Who opened the door? A very fair-haired, rosy-cheeked manservant, quite young. Did you say you were from the police? Yes. He didn't seem surprised, and he showed me into the entrance hall, where he offered me a seat. I don't know anything about art, but I deciphered the signatures of painters. Even I'd heard of Gauguin, Cézanne, Renoir, lots of nude women. Did you wait for long? About 10 minutes. The double door between the hall and the drawing room was open, and I saw a young woman with black hair walk past, still in her bathrobe, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I could be wrong, but I had the impression that she had come to inspect me. A few minutes later, the manservant invited me to cross the drawing room, and I was shown into a study lined with books from floor to ceiling. I was greeted by Norris Yonker, dressed in flannel trousers, an open-necked silk shirt, and a black velvet jacket. His hair is very white, his complexion almost as rosy as that of his servant. There was a tray with a decanter and glasses on the desk. "Have a seat. How can I help?" he asked, without the trace of an accent. It was clear that Inspector Maigret had been overwhelmed by the opulence and the paintings as much as by the Dutchman's distinguished air. I confess I didn't know where to begin. I asked him whether he'd heard the shots, and he replied that no. His bedroom was on the other side of the house from Avenue Junot, and that you couldn't hear much through the thick walls. I hate noise. He told me, before offering me a glass of a liqueur that was new to me, a very strong liqueur with an aftertaste of orange. But you must be aware of what happened last night across the street from your house. Carl spoke to me about it when he brought me my breakfast at around 10. He's my manservant, the son of one of our farmers. He told me that Avenue Junot was in turmoil because a police officer had been attacked by gangsters. "How did he sound?" asked Maigret, fiddling with his pipe. "Calm, smiling, unexpectedly polite for a man who has been disturbed without warning. If you wish to question Carl, I will gladly put him at your disposal. But he also sleeps on the garden side of the house, and he stated that he hadn't heard anything either. Are you married, Monsieur Yonker?" "I most certainly am. My wife was shocked to hear what had happened a few meters from our home." At this point in his report, Shinkie displayed a slight awkwardness. "I don't know if I did the right thing, Chief. I would have liked to ask him a lot of other questions. I didn't dare, telling myself that ultimately it was more urgent to update you. So let's go back to the elderly invalid. Exactly. It's because of him that I'd have liked to talk to the Dutchman about certain things. One of the first things Maigret said, in fact, was, "What would you do, Inspector, if you were married to one of the most beautiful women in Paris?" Ha ha. You're not answering. And you're a long way off, 64 or 65. Right. Let's put it another way. What does a man of that age do who has a magnificent creature available to him day and night? Well, the gentleman opposite must have very particular ideas on the subject. I sleep little. I'm not interested in politics or the disasters that the radio and the newspapers talk about. I entertain myself by thinking. You understand? I look out of the window and I think. Few people realize how amusing it is to think. For example, about that Dutchman and his wife. They don't go out much, once or twice a week. Her in an evening gown, him in a dinner jacket, and they rarely come home after 1 o'clock in the morning, which means that they are content to have dinner with friends or go to the theater. They themselves never have dinner parties, nor do they have guests for luncheon. And what's more, they rarely eat before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You see, a person entertains himself as best he can. He watches, he guesses, he puts 2 and 2 together. So when a couple of times a week he sees a pretty girl ring the doorbell at around 8 o'clock in the evening and not leave until very late at night, if not at dawn, Maigret most definitely regretted not having questioned that eccentric old man. And that's not all, Mr. Police Inspector. Admit that my ramblings are beginning to interest you, especially if I tell you that it is never the same young lady. They usually arrive by taxi, sometimes on foot, from my window. I see them looking at the numbers on the buildings, which means something too. Don't you agree? It means they've been asked to come to a particular address. You know I haven't always been an old, sick animal shut away in his lair, and I know a thing or two about women. And you can also recognize those who live on the edge, so to speak, cabaret dancers, theater or film extras who won't say no to the chance to earn a bit of cash. Maigret sprang to his feet. I say, Shinkier, do you get it? forget what. How it all started for Lognian. At night, he often walked down avenues where he knew most of the residents. If, on several occasions, he saw the women you describe going into the Dutchman's house. I thought of that too, but there's no law against a man, even of a certain age, enjoying variety. True. That wasn't a sufficient reason for Hard Done By to seek and find a way of staking out a private residence. There must be an explanation. What? That he was waiting for one of these visitors to leave. It's even possible that he came across a prostitute he'd had dealings with before. I see. Even so, everyone is free to. It depends what went on in the house, or on what the woman saw there. What else did this charming old man tell you? Because Maigret felt increasingly drawn to the strange fellow at his window, I asked him all the questions that occurred to me and wrote down all his replies. Chinquier consulted his black notebook again. Question: did these women not come for the servant? Reply: first of all, the manservant is in love with the dairymaid at the bottom of the street, a plump little thing who's always bursting out laughing. She comes and waits for him several nights a week. She stays in the shadows, about 10 meters from the house. I could show you the exact spot, and he soon appears. Question: at around what time? Reply: at around 10. I suppose he waits at table, and the Yonkers tend to eat late. The pair go for a stroll, arm in arm, stop to kiss, and before parting, cling to each other for a good while in the recess you see to the right. Question: he doesn't walk her home. Reply: no. She walks down the street alone, happy, skipping. She sometimes looks as if she's about to start dancing. There's another reason why it is impossible that the women I told you about would be seeing the manservant. On several occasions, they have rung at the door in his absence. Question: who opened the door? Reply: precisely. Here's another very funny peculiarity. Sometimes it's the Dutchman, and sometimes his wife. Question: do they have a car? Reply: yes, a big American car. Question: a driver. Reply: Carl puts on a chauffeur's livery and drives. Question: are there other live-in servants? Reply: a cook and 2 maids. The maids often don't stay long. Question: do they receive many visitors? Apart from the ladies in question, reply: a few. The one who drops by most often in the afternoons is a man of around 40, American-looking, who drives a yellow sports car. Question, does he stay long? Reply, an hour or two. Question, he never comes in the evening or at night. Reply, I've seen him in the evening twice, around a month ago, at around 10 o'clock, in the company of a young woman. He simply went in and came straight out, leaving his companion in the house. Question, was it the same woman both times? Reply, no. Maigret imagined the sardonic, almost sensual smile of the old man who revealed these small mysteries. Reply, there's also a man who's bald, even though he's still young, who arrives by taxi after dark and who leaves carrying packages. Question, what kind of packages? Reply, they could be paintings. They could also be just about anything. That's more or less everything I know, Inspector. I haven't talked so much for years, and I hope I don't have to do so again for a long time. I warn you, there's no point summoning me to a police station or to an investigating magistrate's chambers. And above all, don't count on me to testify in court. If this case gets that far, we've had a chat. I've told you my little ideas. Now they're yours, and I refuse to put myself out for any reason whatsoever. Immediately afterwards, Chinquier was to prove that the local inspectors knew their job. Later, as I was coming out of the Dutchman's house, I wondered whether the fellow opposite had been making fun of me. I thought that if I could check one of the things he'd told me, that would make the rest credible. So I stopped by the dairy. I waited outside until the girl was alone in the shop. She was indeed the plump little thing the old fellow had described. A girl recently arrived from the country and who was still thrilled to find herself in Paris. I went in and asked her, "Do you know a certain Carl?" She blushed and turned anxiously towards an open door, whispering, "Who are you? What's it got to do with you?" A simple piece of information. I'm from the police. What's he done? Nothing. It's a routine check. Are you engaged? We may get married one day, but he hasn't asked me yet. Do you see him several evenings a week, whenever I ye? Do you wait for him a few meters from the house on Avenue Junot? Who told you? Then a large woman appeared from the back room, and she had the presence of mind to say loudly, "No, monsieur, we don't have any gorgonzola left, but we do have some roquefort. They're very similar." Maigret smiled. Did you buy some Roquefort? I said that my wife only liked Gorgonzola. That's all. Chief, I don't know what my colleagues will bring me this evening. Any news of poor old Lognon? I had one of my men call the hospital earlier. The doctors still won't comment. And he hasn't regained consciousness. It's feared that the second bullet, which hit him below the shoulder, might have damaged the top of his right lung, but it's impossible to x-ray him in his present condition. I wonder what he found out to get himself shot. You'll be as surprised as me when you've seen the Dutchman. I can't imagine that a man like him. There is one thing I'd like you to do. Chinquier, when your men are back, and especially when the night shift come on duty, have them all deal with the women. Some of them, you said, arrived at Avenue Junot on foot, so they may be local. Have them go over the nightclubs with a fine-tooth comb from your invalids' descriptions. I don't think we need to look on the streets. If you get my drift, sooner or later we'll come across one who's been to Avenue Junot. It would probably have been more useful to find Marinette Augier, woodmowers, and the laboratory team with their sand samples give him a lead at last. Chapter 4. The Visit to the Dutchman. Hello. This is the Dutch Embassy. The young, cheerful voice, with a slight accent, made him think of the windmills on certain cocoa tins. I'd like to speak to the first secretary, Mademoiselle. Who's calling? Detective, Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire. One moment. I'll see if Mr. Goudekamp is in his office. The voice was back after a little while. Mr. Goudekamp is in a meeting, but I'll put you through to the second secretary. Mr. De Vries, please hold the line. A man's voice this time, less cheerful, naturally, and with a stronger accent. Hubert De Vries speaking, second secretary of the Dutch Embassy. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, head of the crime squad. How can I help you? De Vries, on the other end of the line, was probably starchy and suspicious. Young, most likely, because he was still only second secretary. Fair-haired, perhaps, slightly overdressed, in the manner of people from Northern Europe. I'd like some information about one of your citizens who has lived in Paris for a long time and whose name is probably familiar to you. Where are you at the moment, Monsieur Maigret? In my office at Quai des Orfèvres. Please, don't be offended if I call you back shortly. 5 minutes went by before the phone rang. My apologies, Monsieur Maigret, but all sorts of people telephone us, and some claim to be someone they are not. You wanted to talk to me about a Dutch subject who lives in Paris, about Norris Yonker. Why did Maigret have the feeling that the invisible second secretary was suddenly on his guard? Yes. Do you know him? Yonker is a very common name in Holland, rather like Durand in France. Norris isn't an unusual first name either. This Norris Yonker is related to the Amsterdam banking family. The Yonker Hog and Company Bank is one of the longest established in the country. Old Kees Yonker died around 15 years ago, and his son Hans, unless I'm mistaken, is at the helm of the firm. What about Norris Yonker? I don't know him personally, but you are aware of his existence. Definitely. I think he's a member of the St. Cloud Golf Club, where our paths may inadvertently have crossed. Is he married? To an Englishwoman, so I've been told. May I ask you now, Monsieur Maigret, why you are interested in Norris Yonker? Only very indirectly. Have you seen him? Not yet. Do you not think it would be simpler to obtain the information you require from the man himself? I should be able to give you his address. I know it. Norris Yonker has little to do with the embassy. He belongs to a family that is both prominent and respectable, and I have every reason to believe that he himself is an upstanding man. He is reputed above all for his art collection. You don't have any information about his wife either. I would feel more comfortable replying if I knew the reason for your questions. Madame Yonker, from what I've heard, is from the south of France and was married to an Englishman, Herbert Muir, from Manchester, a ball bearings manufacturer. They don't have any children, not to my knowledge. Maigret understood that he would not glean any more information, so he then called another number, that of an auctioneer he'd been in touch with on several occasions, and who was often called upon as an expert witness in court. Monsieur Manesse Maigret here. Just a moment, while I close the door. Right. What can I do for you? Are you interested in art these days? I'm not sure. Do you know a Dutchman by the name of Norris Yonker? The one who lives in Avenue Junot? Not only do I know him, but I've done valuations for him. He owns one of the finest collections of late 19th century and early 20th century paintings. That suggests he's very wealthy. His father was a banker and an art lover. Norris Yonker was brought up surrounded by Van Goghs, Pissarros, Manets, and Renoirs. It's not surprising that he had no interest in the bank. He inherited a good share of the paintings, and the dividends that the bank, managed by his brother, give him the means to expand his collection. Have you met him in person? Yes. Have you? Not yet. He's more like an English gentleman than a Dutchman, if I remember correctly. After studying at Oxford, he lived in England for many years, and I've heard that he ended the last war as a colonel in the British Army. What about his wife? A stunning creature who was married very young to an Englishman from Manchester. Ball bearings, I know. I wonder why you're interested in Yonker. I hope he hasn't been victim of a painting theft. No. Now, it was Maigret's turn to be evasive. Do they go out much? Not that I'm aware of. Does Yonker socialize with other art lovers? He keeps his eye on the auctions, naturally, and he knows when an important painting is being sold at Droit, Galliera, Sotheby's, or in New York. Does he travel? You're asking me too much. He has traveled extensively, but I don't know if he still does. Collectors don't necessarily bother to attend in person to buy a painting at a public auction. On the contrary, the major buyers usually send a representative. In short, he's a man you can trust, sure as can be. Thank you. That did not make things any easier, and Maigret rose without enthusiasm to fetch his overcoat and hat from the cupboard. The better known important and respectable people are, the more delicate it is to ring at their door to question them. And it is not rare for them to complain to those at the top, which bodes ill for the police officer. Maigret was loath to take one of his inspectors with him, and decided to go to Avenue Junot alone, so as to make his visit less official. Half an hour later, a taxi dropped him off in front of the private residence, and he handed his card to Karl. The manservant in a white jacket. He was shown into the entrance hall, like Inspector Maigret before him, but perhaps because of his rank, he was kept waiting only 5 minutes instead of 10. If you would follow me, Karl preceded him across the drawing room, where Maigret did not have the opportunity of meeting the beautiful Madame Yonker, and opened the door to the study. The Dutchman had not changed his clothes, or, so it appeared, his position. Sitting at an Empire-style desk, he was studying some etchings with the help of a giant illuminated magnifying glass. He rose at once, and Maigret was able to note that the description he'd been given was accurate. With his gray flannel trousers, soft silk shirt, and black velvet jacket, he was the quintessential English gentleman at home. He also bent the stiff upper lip, neither surprised nor perturbed. He said, Monsieur Maigret. He indicated a leather armchair on the other side of the desk and sat down again. I am very flattered, believe me, to meet a man of your renown. He spoke slowly, as if, after so many years, he was still thinking in Dutch and had to translate every word. I am a little surprised to receive a second visit from the police. He waited, gazing at his plump, manicured hands. He wasn't fat, but had what used to be called an imposing bearing, and could have been a model for a drawing in La Vie Parisienne circa 1900. His face was a little flabby, his blue eyes visible behind frameless glasses with thin gold sides. Maigret began, not without a certain embarrassment. Inspector Chinquier did indeed inform me of his visit. He's a neighborhood inspector and does not work directly for our department. Should I understand that you need to verify his report? Not exactly, but perhaps he didn't ask all the questions he should have asked. The Dutchman, who was toying with the magnifying glass, looked directly at Maigret, and there was a mixture of mischief and a hint of innocence in his blue eyes. Listen to me, Monsieur Maigret. I am 64 years old, and I have lived in many countries. I have been settled for a long time in France, where I am so happy that I have built my home here. I have no criminal record, and I have never set foot in a courtroom or a police station. Apparently, some shots were fired in the street last night, opposite my home. As I told the inspector, neither I nor my wife heard anything, because our bedrooms are on the other side of the house. Tell me, what would you think if you were in my shoes and I in yours? I would certainly view these visits as disagreeable, because it is never pleasing to have people you don't know come into your home. I'm sorry. I am not complaining at having you sitting here. On the contrary, it is an opportunity to meet someone about whom I have heard a great deal. I look at things, as you know, from a different perspective. Your inspector asked me some rather indiscreet questions, but not too many. Ultimately, given his job, I don't know what you plan to ask, but I am surprised that such a high-ranking official should take the trouble to come in person. If I were to reply that it is out of deference, I would be flattered while unwilling to believe you. and perhaps it would be wiser of me to find out whether your presence here is lawful. I would have no objection, Monsieur Yonker, and you are free to telephone your lawyer. Let me add that I have come without a warrant, and it is your right to ask me to leave. All the same, it is clear that a lack of cooperation on your part would likely be interpreted as hostility, or even the wish to hide something. The Dutchman smiled in his armchair and reached for a box of cigars. You smoke, I think, only a pipe. Feel free. He himself selected a cigar, holding it to his ear and rustling it. Then he clipped one end with a gold cigar cutter and slowly lit it. With an almost ritual gesture. One more question, he said between two puffs of pretty blue smoke. Am I to understand that I am the only person in Avenue Junot to have the honor of your visit? Or is this case so important that you will be going from house to house in person to question the residents? Maigret, too, was choosing his words carefully. You are not the first person in the street that I am questioning. My inspectors are going from house to house, as you say, but as far as you are concerned, I believed it was my duty to take the trouble. Yonker appeared to be thanking him with a nod, but he didn't believe a word. I will try and answer you, so long as you do not intrude into my private life. Maigret was about to open his mouth when the telephone rang. May I? Yonker picked up the receiver and replied in English briefly, frowning. Maigret's schoolboy English was not that good and had not been much use in London, and even less during his 2 trips to the United States. Although people had taken great pains to try to understand him. But at least he knew that the Dutchman resented not being free, and that, in answer to a question asked by the invisible caller, he said, from the same firm, yes, I'll call you back later. Presumably, that meant that he was busy with someone from the same profession as the inspector who'd been there earlier. Excuse me, I am all yours. He settled into a comfortable pose, reclining slightly in his chair, his elbows on the armrests, sometimes glancing at the white ash on his cigar, which was gradually growing longer. You asked me, Monsieur Yonker, what I would do in your shoes. I would like to ask you what you would do in mine when a crime is committed, in this district or another. There are always neighbors who remember odd details they hadn't noticed before, or which they hadn't thought were of any importance. I believe you call that gossip, don't you? If you like. The fact is that it is our duty to check, because although many of these people are fantasists, some give us valuable leads. So let us hear this gossip. But Maigret had no intention of getting straight to the point. He still couldn't make up his mind whether Yonker was a mischievous but decent man, or whether, on the contrary, he was someone very clever who remained on his guard while acting the innocent. You are a married man, Monsieur Yonker. Does that surprise you? No. I have been told that Madame Yonker is a very beautiful woman. I am asking you again, does that surprise you? Admittedly, I am a man of a certain age, many would say an old man, perhaps adding that I am fairly well preserved, whereas my wife is only 34, which makes an age difference of exactly 30 years. Do you think we are the only ones in this situation, in Paris or elsewhere? Is it so shocking? Is Madame Yonker French? I can see you have done your research. She was born in Nice. Yes, but I met her in London. Was she married previously? Yonker displayed some impatience, which could have been that of a gentleman outraged at having his private life raked over, and above all at being asked about his wife. She was Mrs. Muir before being Madame Yonker. He snapped. He added, after staring at his cigar for a while, you should know too, since you insist on raising the subject, that she didn't marry me for my money, because she was already what is called independently wealthy. You go out fairly little for a man of your situation, Monsieur Yonker. Is that a criticism? You know, I spent most of my life going out, either here, in London, in the USA, India, Australia, or elsewhere. When you are my age, I'm not so far off. When you are my age, I was saying, you will probably prefer being at home to society gatherings, clubs and nightclubs. I understand you all the better, because you must be very much in love with Madame Yonker. This time the former British colonel tensed, and his only reply was a jerk of his head, which made the ash fall from his cigar. The delicate moment, which Maigret had put off as long as possible, was approaching, and he gave himself a little more time by lighting his pipe, which had gone out. You used the word gossip, and I am prepared to believe, if you say it is so, that certain intelligence that we have received belongs in that category. Was not the Dutchman's hand trembling slightly? All the same, he reached for the crystal decanter and poured himself a glass. Do you like Curaçao? No, thank you. Do you prefer whiskey? Without waiting for the reply, he pressed a bell. Carl appeared at once. Scotch, please. Still or sparkling water? Sparkling. During this interval, they were silent, and Maigret glanced at the bookshelves lining the walls. They contained mainly art books, not only on painting, but on the architecture and sculpture of antiquity. And there were also bound catalogues from the major auctions of the past 40 years. Thank you, Carl. Have you informed Madame that I am busy? Out of politeness, he had chosen to speak to his manservant in French. Is she still upstairs? Yes, monsieur. And now, Monsieur Maigret, I drink to your health and am ready to hear this gossip you mentioned. I don't know what it is like in Holland, but in Paris, a lot of people, especially the elderly, even more in Montmartre than anywhere else, spend a deal of their time at their window. One such person told us that frequently, often 2 or 3 times a week, young women ring at your door in the evening and are let into the house. The Dutchman's ears had suddenly turned red and, without answering, he puffed on his cigar. I might have thought that these women were friends of Madame Yonkers if they did not come from a particular milieu, which would be insulting to her. Rarely had he chosen his words with such care. Rarely, too, had he felt so uncomfortable. Do you deny that these visits took place? If you have troubled yourself to come here, Monsieur Maigret, it is because you are certain of your facts. Admit it. Admit that if I were to have the unfortunate idea of contradicting you, you would put me in front of one or several witnesses. You haven't answered my question. What have you been told about these young women? I asked you a question, and you have replied with another. I am in my own home, aren't I? If I were in your office, we would both be in a different position. Maigret preferred to give in. Let us suppose that these persons belong to the category of what is called loose women. They do not simply come in and leave, but spend part of the night, if not the whole night, in the house. That is correct. He did not look away. On the contrary, but the blue of his eyes had clouded to gray. To pluck up the courage to continue, Maigret had to think of Lognon in his hospital bed and of the stranger who had viciously aimed one of the deadliest weapons at his stomach. Yonker wasn't helping him. He sat there as impassive as a poker player. If I am mistaken, please stop me. At first, I thought that these young ladies were coming to see your manservant. Then I learned that he has a girlfriend and that he is sometimes outside with her at the time of the visits I mentioned. May I ask you where your servant's bedroom is? On the 2nd floor, near the studio. Do the maids and the cook sleep on the 2nd floor as well? No. There is an annex in the garden where the 3 women sleep. Do you often happen to open the door to these nocturnal female visitors? He answered neither yes nor no, but continued to stare into Maigret's eyes. I'm sorry to add that, according to my source, Madame Jonker showed them into the house on several occasions. We are kept under close watch, aren't we? You people are even worse than the old women in our little Dutch villages. Would you tell me now what connection you have established between these visits, alleged or real, and the shots fired in the street? Because I refuse to accept that I am being targeted personally, and that, for a reason that escapes me, someone is trying to make me persona non grata. That is out of the question, and I'll try to put all my cards on the table. The way last night's tragedy unfolded, the weapon used, and some other details which I'm not at liberty to reveal, give me reason to believe that the marksman was a professional. And you think I am in contact with these people? I'm going to make a completely gratuitous supposition. You are considered to be a very wealthy man. Monsieur Jonker, this house contains more artworks than a lot of provincial museums, and their value is probably priceless. Does the building have an alarm system? No. The real professionals, as you call them, make a mockery of the most sophisticated systems, as was proved recently in your very own country. I prefer to be properly insured. Have you ever been the victim of an attempted break-in? Not to my knowledge. Can you vouch for your household staff, Carl and the cook, who have been with me for over 20 years? Yes, I don't know the maid so well, but my wife didn't hire them without requesting reliable references. You still haven't explained the connection between what you call my female visitors and I'm leading up to it. So far, Maigret hadn't done too badly, and he rewarded himself with a sip of whiskey. Supposing a gang of art thieves, of which there are a number in this world, were planning to rob you. Supposing a local police inspector got wind of it, but too vaguely to take direct action. Supposing that, last night, as on previous nights, that inspector had been stationed opposite your house so as to catch the thieves red-handed. That would have been imprudent of him, don't you think? In our profession, Monsieur Jonker, we are often obliged to be imprudent. I'm sorry. Although the gangs that specialize in art thefts sometimes hire a hitman, they are generally made up of intelligent, cultured people who do not act without doing their homework. Since you can vouch for your staff, all I can think of is that one of these young ladies, Did Yonker believe Maigret's line of reasoning, or did he smell a rat? It was impossible to tell. The young women who work in nightclubs tend to hobnob with the crime world. Have you come to ask me for a list? Names, addresses, and telephone numbers of the girls who have come here. His irony was becoming acerbic. That would perhaps be useful, but most of all, I would like to know what they came to do in your house. Whew, he was almost there. Yonker. Stock still. His cigar between his fingers. Continued to stare straight at him without batting an eyelid. Right, he said at length, rising to his feet, and, after putting his cigar end down in a blue ashtray, he took a few steps forward. I told you at the beginning of this interview that I would answer all your questions, so long as they didn't concern my private life. You very skillfully, and I congratulate you, put this private life on the table by linking it to the events of last night. He stopped in front of Maigret, who had also got to his feet. You have been a member of the police for a long time, I think 28 years. I presume you haven't only investigated the underworld. Is this the first time you have seen a man of my age and in my situation give in to certain instincts? And do you consider that reprehensible Paris is not considered a puritanical city, Monsieur Maigret? In my country, people would point at me, and my family would perhaps disown me. A lot of foreigners who live here or on the Riviera have chosen France purely for the freedom enjoyed in these things. May I ask whether Madame Yonker is not a Puritan and knows about life? She is not unaware that some men of my age need change to stimulate them. You have forced me to speak of very private things, and I hope you are satisfied now. From the way he was looking at the door, he appeared to consider the interview over. Maigret, however, plowed on, softly, in an undertone. Earlier you mentioned names, addresses, and telephone numbers. I hope you aren't asking me for them. These individuals may not be leading exemplary lives, but they are not accountable to the police. And it would be improper of me to put them in an awkward situation. You told me that you went out seldom, and that you don't go to nightclubs. So, how did you meet your female visitors? Further silence, further hesitation. Do you not know how these things work? He sighed at last. There are pimps and madams, but their activity constitutes an offense. And does their client's activity constitute an offense too? They could possibly be accused of complicity, but generally, Generally, the clients are left in peace. Is that not so? In that case, Monsieur Maigret, I don't think I have anything more to say to you, but I do have one more request for you. Is it really a request? Is that not a euphemism? It was now almost open war between the two men. Well, if you were to refuse, I might have to resort to legal means. So, what is this request? I would like a tour of your house. Isn't the word to search? You are forgetting that. Until now, I have been working from the hypothesis that you were a potential victim and you wish to protect me. Maybe. Come, then. There was no longer any question of offering Maigret a cigar or pouring him a drink. Yonkers' manner had suddenly become very superior, if not lordly. You have seen the room where I spend most of my day. Do I have to open the drawers? No. For your information, the one on the right contains an automatic pistol, a Luger, which I brought back from the war. He took it out, adding, "It is loaded." I have another one, a Browning, in my bedroom, also loaded. I'll show it to you later. This is the drawing room. I know you're not here to admire the paintings, but I do advise you have a look at this Gauguin, which is considered one of his finest works and which I'll bequeath to the Amsterdam Museum. This way. Do you know anything about carpets? Never mind. Here we are in the dining room, and the painting to the left of the chimney breast is Cézanne's last work. This door leads into a little room which I designed to be intimate, very feminine, and is my wife's small parlor, the scullery. Carl busy cleaning the silverware. It is 17th century English silverware, whose only drawback is that it is unwieldy. The kitchen is in the basement. The cook, too. Do you really want to go down? Whether intentional or not, there was something insulting in his easy manner. Now, let us go upstairs. The staircase comes from an old castle near Utrecht. To the left, my apartment. He opened the doors like an estate agent showing a prospective buyer around a house. Another study, you see, like on the ground floor. I love books, and they are very useful to me. These files on the left contain the history of several thousand paintings, with the list of their successive owners and the price they sold for at each auction. My bedroom, in the bedside table drawer, the automatic I mentioned, a common 6.5 that wouldn't be much use if I were threatened. everywhere, even on the walls of the staircase. The paintings were almost touching each other, and the best ones were not in the drawing room, but in the Dutchman's bedroom. A very understated room with English furniture and deep leather armchairs. My bathroom. Now let us go over to the other side. But allow me to check that my wife isn't in her room. He knocked, opened the door a fraction, and took a few steps into the room. You may follow me. Her boudoir, for which I found these two fragonards. The wing chairs belong to Madame de Pompadour. If you were here as an art lover, Monsieur Maigret, and not as a detective, I would be delighted to talk to you about each piece. The bedroom, all draped in crushed strawberry satin. The bathroom. Maigret did not go in, but glimpsed a bathtub that was more like a black marble pool with several steps down. Let us go up to the next floor. You are entitled to see everything. Isn't that so? He opened another door. Karl's bedroom. And beyond, the bathroom. You will note that he has a television. He prefers black and white images to art masterpieces. He knocked at the door opposite. A heavy, ornately carved door, which must have come from some castle, too. May I, darling? I am showing Monsieur Maigret around the house. He is head of the crime squad. That is correct, isn't it? Detective Chief Inspector. Maigret had just received a shock. In the middle of the glazed studio, standing at an easel, was a white shape that reminded him of the words Lonian had said the ghost. It wasn't a traditional painter's smock that Madame Yonker was wearing, more of a Dominican monk's habit, the fabric as thick and soft as a bathrobe. The Dutchman's wife also wore a white turban of the same fabric around her head. She was holding a palette in her left hand, a brush in her right, and her black eyes lighted on Maigret with curiosity. I've heard a lot about you, Monsieur Maigret, and I'm delighted to meet you. Forgive me for not shaking hands. She put the brush down and wiped her hand on the white robe, where it left green smears. I hope you're not an art connoisseur. If you are, please don't look at what I'm doing. Maigret was surprised. After walking past so many masterpieces on the walls, to find himself standing in front of a canvas on which there was nothing but daubs. Chapter 5. The room covered in graffiti. In that instant, something happened that Maigret would have been incapable of defining. a change of tone, or rather a sort of shift that suddenly lent more weight to gestures, words, and attitudes. Did this stem from the presence of the young woman, still draped in her strange costume, or from the atmosphere of the room? Logs were burning and crackling in the vast white stone fireplace, and the flames seemed to be leaping sprites. Maigret now understood why the studio curtains that could be seen from Marinette Augier's windows were nearly always drawn. The studio wasn't only glazed on one side, but two, which made it possible to choose the light required. These curtains were made of thick, black hessian faded to gray in the wash, and had shrunk so they no longer closed. On one side, rooftops were visible as far as Saint-Ouen. On the other, with the sails of the Moulin de la Galette in the foreground, lay Paris in almost its entirety, scored by the boulevards, the wider gap of the Champs-Élysées, the curves of the Seine, and the gilt dome of Les Invalides. It was not this panorama that fascinated Maigret, whose senses were sharpened, it is difficult, when suddenly plunged into an unknown milieu, to grasp it fully. And yet that was what seemed to be happening to him. Everything struck him at once. The two bare walls, for example, painted a glaring white, the dancing flames in the fireplace in the center of one wall. Madame Jonker had been busy painting when the two men had come in. Would it not have been natural for there to be canvases on the walls? As in all artists' studios, other canvases stacked against each other, but the varnished wooden floor was as bare as the walls. Near the easel was a box full of tubes of paint on a pedestal table. On another table, further away, a white wood table, the only everyday object seen so far in the house, was a jumble of pots, tin cans, bottles, and rags. The rest of the furniture comprised two antique cupboards, a chair, and an armchair, whose brown velvet upholstery had begun to fade. Something was not quite right. It was only a hunch, but he was on the alert, and the Dutchman's words only struck him more forcefully. He said, addressing his wife, "Inspector Maigret isn't here to admire my paintings, but, strange as it may seem, to give a lecture on jealousy. He appears surprised that not all women are jealous. That could have passed as an unremarkable comment with a hint of sarcasm, but Maigret understood it as a warning Yonker was giving his wife, and he could have sworn that she acknowledged the message by batting her eyelids. "Is your wife jealous, Monsieur Maigret?" "I confess, madame, that she has not yet given me the occasion to ask myself the question. But many women must visit your office. Was he mistaken? He thought he detected some sort of signal, but a signal that was for his benefit this time. So much so that he racked his brains and asked himself if he had ever seen the woman now in front of him at Quai des Orfèvres. Their eyes met. Her lovely face still wore the vague, polite smile of the mistress of the house receiving a guest. But could he not read something else in her huge brown eyes with long fluttering eyelashes? "Please don't stop working on my account," he muttered, because she put the palette down on the pedestal table, removed the white fabric wound round her head like a turban, and tossed her head to give her black hair back its shape. "You are French-born. I believe Norris told you so." The question was natural, ordinary. Was he wrong to perceive a hidden undertone? "I knew it before coming here." "So you made inquiries about us?" Yonker was less nonchalant than when he had been in his downstairs study, and when, his manner slightly sardonic, he had hurried Maigret around the various rooms like a museum or chateau guide. "Are you tired, darling? Do you want to go and lie down?" Another signal. An order. She removed the white hooded robe enveloping her and emerged in a tight-fitting black dress. Suddenly she looked taller, revealing a curvaceous figure that had reached a delightful maturity. "Have you been painting for long, madame?" Instead of replying directly, she explained, "It's hard to live in a house full of artworks, with a husband whose only passion is paintings, without being tempted to wield a brush. Since I can't compete with the masters I see in front of me from morning till night, I had to content myself with abstract painting. Whatever you do, don't ask me what my daubs represent." The years spent in England and Paris had not completely eradicated her southern accent, and Maigret was increasingly attentive to the slightest nuances. "You were born in Nice. You were told that as well." Looking her straight in the eye, it was his turn to send her a signal. "I'm very fond of the Cathedral of sang te reparate. She didn't blush, but gave an imperceptible sign that she had got the message. I see you know the city. With those words, he had just evoked the old town of Nice, the poorest neighborhood with narrow streets where the sun rarely penetrated and washing was strung between the buildings all year round. He was almost certain now that that was where she had been born. In one of those decrepit houses into which 15 or 20 families were crammed, and whose staircases and courtyards teemed with hordes of brats. It even seemed to him that she was implicitly admitting it by her attitude, and that the two of them had just exchanged something akin to a Masonic gesture in front of the husband, who was oblivious to these subtleties. Maigret may well have been divisional chief inspector and head of the police judiciaire crime squad, but he was still of the people. She may well be living surrounded by paintings worthy of the Louvre, be dressed by the top couturiers, have appeared at society events in Manchester and London adorned with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, but she had still grown up in the shadow of Saint-Réparé. And he wouldn't have been surprised to learn that she had sold flowers on the café terraces of Place Massena. Now they were both playing their parts, as if beneath the words they spoke were others, which were no business of the Dutch banker's son. Did your husband build this magnificent studio for you? Oh, no. When he built this house, he didn't know me. He had a very dear woman friend who was a real painter, unlike me, and who still exhibits in art galleries. I wonder why he didn't marry her. She probably wasn't young enough. What do you say, Norris? I don't remember. You see how polite and tactful he is. I asked you earlier if you had been painting for long. I don't know. A few months. Do you spend part of your days in this studio? This is a real interrogation, she joked. It's obvious from your question that you aren't a woman and mistress of a house. If you were to ask me, for example, what I did yesterday at such and such a time, I would probably find it hard to reply. I am lazy, and I'm sure that for lazy people, the days go faster than for others, even though others would claim the opposite. I get up late. I linger. I chat to my maid. The cook needs my instructions. Lunchtime comes round, and I don't even feel I've begun to live. You're talking a lot, darling. And Maigret, what I didn't know was that it was possible to paint at night. This time, there was no doubt that the Jonkers exchanged a look. The husband answered first. Perhaps that applied to the Impressionists, because what interested them was the play of sunlight. But I know modern painters who consider that artificial light intensifies the colors by several tones. Is that why you paint at night, Madame? I paint when I feel like it, and you feel like it after dinner, remaining at your easel until 2 o'clock in the morning. She tried to smile. Well, you certainly seem to know everything there is to know. He pointed to the black curtain across the bay window overlooking Avenue Junot. That curtain, as you can see, does not close completely. I have noticed that in every street there's at least one person suffering from insomnia. I was talking to your husband about it earlier. The more cultured read or listen to music. Others gaze out of the window. Jonker now left his wife in charge of operations, as if he were no longer on his own territory. Anxious, he pretended to be only half listening to the conversation, and 2 or 3 times went to stand in front of the panorama of Paris. The sky was growing paler and paler, turning an increasingly luminous white, especially in the west, where it was almost possible to see the sun going down. Are your paintings in these cupboards? No. Do you want to check? I don't mind your being nosy. After all, you're doing your job. She opened one of the cupboards, which contained a jumble of rolls of drawing paper, tubes of paint, more bottles and tin cans like those on the table. In the second cupboard, there was nothing but 3 blank canvases with the label of a shop in Rue Lepixe. Are you disappointed? Did you hope to find a skeleton? She was alluding to the English saying that every family has a skeleton in the cupboard. It takes a long time for a body to become a skeleton, he replied with a frown. For the time being, Lognon is still in a hospital bed. Who are you talking about? What a funny name. An inspector. The one who was attacked last night. Are you certain, Madame, that you were in your bedroom when the shot was fired? The 3 shots, to be exact. Monsieur Maigret, Jonker broke in. I think that now you're going too far. In that case, answer me yourself. Madame Jonker spends part of her time painting, especially in the evenings and often late into the night. But I find her in a studio that is almost empty. Is there a French law that makes it obligatory to furnish a studio? One might expect, at the very least, to find a certain number of paintings here, finished or unfinished. What do you do with your works, Madame? did not the signal. She sent her husband mean that she was leaving it up to him to reply. Mirella has no pretensions of being an artist. He heard her first name for the first time. In the past, she must have been called Maigret. She generally destroys her works as soon as they are finished. One moment, Monsieur Jonker. I apologize once again for appearing finicky. I have spent time with painters. If they destroy a painting, how do they do it? They cut it up, burn it, or throw it in the dustbin. But before that, I don't understand. I am surprised, given that you are such a great art lover. Are you saying they throw away the frame as well? Now there are 3 frames in that cupboard, all of them new. My wife sometimes gives the paintings she is the least dissatisfied with to friends. Are they the ones that someone comes and collects in the evenings? In the evenings or during the day? If it is a question of your wife's works, then she is more prolific than she led me to believe. There are others. Do you still need me? Asked Madame Jonker. Why don't we go downstairs? I'll have some tea served. Not right away. Madame, your husband was kind enough to show me around the house, but he hasn't shown me what is behind that door yet. A solid dark oak door at the back of the studio. Who knows? We might at last find some of your paintings. There was a tension, electricity in the air. Their voices became more muted, more trenchant. I'm afraid not. Monsieur Maigret. Why are you so certain? Because that door hasn't been opened for months, if not years. It used to be the bedroom of the person my wife mentioned. Let us say, the room where she would rest between painting bouts, and you preserve it like a sanctuary after all these years. He attacked deliberately to make his adversary lose his cool. He felt the moment had come to drive home his advantage, and this time, exceptionally, the scene was not taking place in his office at Quai des Orfèvres, but in an artist's studio with a panoramic view of Paris. Jonker's fists were clenched, but he still maintained his composure. I am convinced, Monsieur Maigret, that if I were to turn up at your home unannounced, if I were to search high and low, if I asked your wife question upon question, I would find many details of your private life strange, if not inexplicable. You see, each one of us has our own way of thinking and behavior which others find incomprehensible. This house is fairly large. I devote myself almost entirely to my paintings. Our social life is very limited, and my wife, as she told you, casually occupies herself by painting. Is it surprising that she does not attach a great deal of importance to what happens to her canvases? Whether she burns them, throws them in the dustbin, or gives them to friends. What friends? I'm obliged to answer your question as I already did in my study. It would not be very gentlemanly of me to be indiscreet and expose others to the unpleasantness we have been caused by shots fired in our street by strangers. To go back to that door, I don't know how many rooms your apartment has. Monsieur Maigret, this house has 32. 4 servants come and go. It has happened that a maid has been fired for dishonesty. That a key should get lost under these conditions will not surprise anyone in our circles. And you didn't have a new one made. It didn't occur to me. Are you certain that the key is not in the house? Not to my knowledge. If it is, one of these days we will find it in the most unexpected place. May I use this telephone? Because there was a handset on the table. Maigret had noticed that there was one in most rooms, probably for both external and internal communications. What do you intend to do? Call a locksmith. I don't think I would agree to that because it seems to me that you are going beyond your remit. Then I shall call the public prosecutor, who will send me an official search warrant. The husband and wife exchanged glances again. It was Morella who went over to the cupboard, carrying the stool she had taken from next to the easel. She clambered onto it, swept her hand across the top of the cupboard, and when she withdrew it, she was holding a key. You see, Monsieur Jonker, there was one detail that struck me, or rather, 2 connected details. The door to this studio has a lock, but unusually, this lock is on the outside. Earlier, while you were speaking, I noticed that it is the same with this door. You are at liberty to be surprised, Monsieur Maigret, and you have been continually since you entered this house. Your lifestyle and ours are too different for you to be able to understand. I am making an effort, you see. Maigret took the key that Madame Jonker was holding out to him and walked over to the locked door. While the couple stood rooted to the spot in the vast studio like 2 waxworks, he jiggled the lock. How long did you say it is since this door has been opened? It doesn't matter. I'll allow you to keep your distance, madame, and you can imagine why. But I would like your husband to come here. Jonker walked towards the door, trying to keep up appearances. You will notice first of all that this floor is clean, without a trace of dust. And if you touch it, you will see that in places the wood is still damp. as if it had recently been thoroughly scrubbed. Who cleaned this room, this morning or last night? He heard Morella's voice behind him reply, "It certainly wasn't me. You can ask the maids, unless Carl was given instructions by my husband. The room was not large. Like the bay window in the studio, the window afforded a panoramic view of Paris, and the old floral curtains were paint-stained in places. It even looked as if someone had wiped their hands on them after painting with their fingers. In a corner was an iron bedstead with a mattress but no sheets or blankets. The most striking thing was what can only be described as graffiti. On the grubby white walls were obscene drawings of the kind found on the walls of some urinals. The difference was that instead of being drawn in pencil, they had been done with paint, green, blue, yellow, and purple. I won't ask you, Monsieur Jonker, if you attribute these drawings to your former friend, but there is one that makes this hypothesis indeed impossible. It was, in a few thick brush strokes, a portrait of Morella, more animated than many of the paintings in the drawing room. Do you expect an explanation? I think that would be normal. Our lifestyles, as you said, may be very different. It is possible that I find your behavior a little hard to understand. All the same, I am convinced that even your friends, people from your world, would be very surprised to discover these, shall we call them frescoes beneath your roof. Not only were there very detailed depictions of the parts of the human body that are usually concealed, but there were scenes of unbridled eroticism. In contrast, close to the bed, vertical strokes reminded Maigret of the ones that prisoners drew to keep track of time. Was the person living here counting the days with such impatience? I don't understand. You were not unaware of the existence of these graffiti. I glanced around this room a long time ago. How long? Several months. I told you. I was shocked by what I saw, and after double locking the door, I threw the key on top of the cupboard in front of your wife. I don't remember. Do you know what is on the walls of this room, Madame? She nodded. How did you feel when you saw your portrait? I don't call that a portrait, but a vague sketch, like any painter can hastily draw. I'm waiting for you two to agree on what to tell me. There was a silence, and Maigret took his pipe from his pocket without being invited to do so. I wonder, muttered Jonker, whether it might not be better for me to call my lawyer. I am not familiar enough with French law to know whether you have the right to question us like this. If, instead of giving me a plausible reply straight away, you call your lawyer, tell him to come to Quai des Orfèvres because, in that case, I'm taking you there this instant, without a warrant, with or without a warrant, if necessary. The warrant will be here in half an hour. Maigret went over to the telephone. Wait, who occupied that room? It is ancient history. Do you not want to go downstairs and continue this conversation over a drink? I wouldn't mind smoking a cigar, and I don't have any on me. On condition that Madame Jonker accompanies us. She walked ahead, with a weary step, as if resigned. Then came Maigret, with Jonker close behind. Here, asked Morella, when they reached the drawing room. I prefer my study. What can I offer you, Monsieur Maigret? Nothing for the time being. She saw the glass he had drunk from earlier, which was still on the desk with her husband's. Did Maigret's refusal not indicate that the situation had changed? It was darker in the room, and Jonker switched on the lamps, poured himself some curacao, and shot his wife a questioning look. No, I'd rather have a whiskey. He was the first to sit down, replicating almost exactly the pose he'd adopted an hour earlier. His wife remained standing, holding her glass. 2 or 3 years ago, began the art lover, cutting off the end of his cigar. Maigret broke in. Have you noticed that you are never precise since I've been here? You have not once given a date or a name, other than names of long-dead painters. You speak of a few weeks, a few months, a few years, early or late evening. Maybe because I do not concern myself with time. Remember, I don't have to keep office hours and, until today, I have never had to give an account of myself to anyone. He was becoming aggressive again, his exaggerated disdain ringing false. Maigret caught, on his wife's face, an expression of anxiety, of disapproval. You, my dear, he thought, you know from experience that there's no point playing that little game with the police. Was it in Nice, in her youth, that she'd had dealings with the law? Or was it in England, or elsewhere? You are free to believe me or not, Monsieur Maigret. I repeat that 2 or 3 years ago, I was told about a talented young painter who was living in such dire straits that he sometimes slept in the street and rummaged through the dustbins for food. You say you were told about this young man. Was it by a friend or by an art dealer? Jonker made as if brushing away a fly. What does it matter? I don't remember. The fact was, I was ashamed to have this studio that served no purpose. So, your wife didn't paint at the time? No. I wouldn't have invited him here. What is the name of this graffiti artist? I only ever knew his first name, which is a pause. Pedro. He was visibly lying. A Spaniard, an Italian. Do you know? I didn't bother to find out. I allowed him to use the studio and the bedroom. I gave him money to buy paints and canvases. And at night, you locked him in to stop him gallivanting. I didn't lock him in. Why, in that case, the external locks. They were fitted when the house was built. For what reason? A very simple reason. It hasn't occurred to you because you are not a collector. For a long time, in that studio, I stored the paintings I had no room for on the walls. It made sense to lock them in from outside, since it wasn't possible to do so from the inside. I thought the studio had been built for your painter girlfriend at the time. Let us say that the locks were fitted once she no longer lived here, including on the bedroom door. I am not even certain I told the locksmith to fit one on that door. To return to Pedro, he lived in the house for several months. Several, emphasized Maigret, whereas Morella couldn't help smiling. Yonker was growing impatient, and he must have had extraordinary self-control not to let his anger erupt. Was he talented? Very. Did he make a career? Did he become famous? I don't know. I went up to the studio a number of times and I admired his paintings. Did you buy any? How could I buy paintings from a man I was providing with board and lodging? So you do not own a single one of his works. It didn't occur to him to give you one before he left. Have you seen any paintings in the house that are less than 30 years old? An art lover is often a collector, and each collector confines himself to a specific period. I, for instance, start with Van Gogh and end with Modigliani. Did Pedro have his meals up there? I suppose so. Did Carl take them up to him? My wife dealt with those details. It was Carl. She replied in a hollow voice. Did he go out a lot? Like all young men of his age? How old was he, as a matter of fact? 22 or 23. He ended up finding male and female friends. At first, he only brought one or two to the studio at a time. Then he went too far. Some nights, there were 20 or so of them, making a great disturbance just above my wife's apartment, which kept her awake. You never had the curiosity to go up and find out what was going on. Madam, my husband took care of it. And the result was he threw Pedro out, not without giving him some money. Was that when you discovered the graffiti? Yonker nodded. You too, Madame. In that case, your portrait must have revealed that Pedro was in love with you. Did he ever make a pass at you? If you continue in this vein, Monsieur Maigret, I will regretfully have to inform my ambassador of your way of going about things, said Yonker harshly. Will you also tell him about the people who slip into the house at night and spend part or all of the night here? I thought I knew the French. I thought I knew the Dutch. Marella interrupted. Why don't you two stop arguing? I understand that my husband is annoyed at being asked certain questions, especially when they're about me. I also understand the difficulty for Inspector Maigret to accept our lifestyle. As regards those women, Monsieur Maigret, I've always known about them, even before we were married. You would be surprised at the number of husbands in the same situation. Most of them keep it secret, especially in conventional circles. Norris prefers to be open, and I see it as a tribute to my intelligence and my affection. He noted that she did not say love. I think the fact that he has nothing to hide explains why some of his replies have been vague and the apparent contradictions. So, I am going to ask you a very precise question. Until what time did you stay in the studio last night? I need to think, because I don't bother with wearing a watch when I work. And you will have noticed there is no clock up there. At around 11 o'clock, I sent my personal maid to bed. You were on the second floor. Yes. She came and asked me if she should wait up for me to help me get ready for bed. Were you working on the painting that is still on the easel? I spent a long time, charcoal in one hand, a rag in the other, trying to think of a subject. What is the subject of this work? Let's call it a harmony. Abstract painting isn't haphazard. Maybe it demands more reflection and trial and error than figurative painting. We were talking about times. It could have been 1 o'clock in the morning when I went downstairs to my apartment. Did you switch the studio light off? I think so. It's a reflex. Were you wearing the same white garment and turban as you're wearing today? To be honest, it's an old bathrobe and a terry towel. Since I only paint to amuse myself, it would have felt ridiculous buying a professional artist's smock. Was your husband in bed? Did you not go and wish him good night? I don't normally do that when I go to bed after him, for fear of finding him in the company of one of his female visitors. if you like. I think we're getting to the end." He felt the atmosphere in the room relax. But this was an old trick of his. He slowly relit his pipe and appeared to be racking his brains to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. "Earlier, Monsieur Jonker, you pointed out, not without tact, that I know nothing about the thinking and actions of an art lover. I see, from your bookshelves, that you follow the major auctions. And you buy a lot, because at one point you had to store in the studio paintings for which you had no space anywhere else. Should I infer that you sell the works you no longer like? I am going to try, once and for all, to explain. I inherited a certain number of paintings from my father, who was not only a renowned financier, but also one of the first to discover artists whose works the museums now vie with one another to purchase. My income, although substantial, did not permit me to buy the paintings I fancied ad infinitum. Like all collectors, I began with second-best pieces. Let us call them minor works, by great artists. Gradually, as they gained in value and my taste developed, I sold some of these works to buy more important ones. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You continued until recently. I intend to continue until I die. These paintings that you sell, do you send them to the Drouot auction house? Or do you entrust them to an art dealer? I have, on rare occasions, put a painting or two up for public auction. However, the works sold at auction generally come from an estate. A connoisseur prefers to go about things differently, meaning he knows the market. He knows, for example, that such and such a museum in the USA or in South America is looking for a Renoir, a Picasso from the Blue Period. If he wants to sell a painting of that kind, he makes contacts. That would explain why neighbors saw paintings leaving your house. Those and my wife's. Can you, Monsieur Jonker, provide me with the names of some of your buyers? Let's take only the past year, for example. No. It was a cold, emphatic no. Must I conclude that it is a matter of smuggling? I don't like that word. Operations of this kind are carried out with discretion. Most countries, for example, regulate the export of artworks to protect their national heritage. Not only do the museums have a right of preemption, but an export license is often refused. In the drawing room, you can see one of the first works of De Chirico, which was smuggled across the Italian border, as well as a Manet, which, unbelievable as it may seem, came from Russia. Do you understand why I cannot give names? Someone buys a painting from me. I deliver it to the purchaser. He pays me, and I don't have to worry about what happens to it. You don't know? I don't want to know. It's none of my business. Any more than it is to find out about the provenance of a painting that I buy. Maigret rose. He felt as if he had been in that house forever, and the muffled, almost unreal atmosphere was becoming oppressive. What was more, he was thirsty. But given the point he and Jonker had reached, he was no longer entitled to accept a drink. I apologize, Madame, for having interrupted your work and ruined your afternoon. Did Morella's eyes not contain a question? It's not over, is it? She seemed to be saying, I know police methods. You're not going to let go of us, and I wonder what trick you've got up your sleeve. Turning towards her husband, she hesitated, opened her mouth, and went back over to Maigret to murmur tritely, Delighted to have met you. Jonker, on his feet, crushing the end of his cigar in the ashtray, said, I am sorry I did not always keep my cool. One should never forget one's duties as a host. They didn't ring for Karl to show him out, but Jonker preceded him in person to the front door, which he opened. Outside, the cool air had a taste of damp and dust. A halo was beginning to form around the street lamps. On the opposite side of the street, Marinette Augier's windows were dark. There was no light on the first floor of the neighboring building either, but an old man's face was pressed to the window pane. Maigret nearly gave a friendly wave to old Maclet stalwartly keeping watch. He was even tempted to go and knock on his door, but more urgent matters awaited him. That did not stop him. Before climbing into a taxi on the corner of Rue Caulaincourt. From going into the bar he'd been in that morning and downing 2 beers in quick succession. Chapter 6. The Barefoot Drunkard. Habits form quickly in neighborhood bars. Because he had drunk a grog that morning, the owner in his shirt sleeves looked surprised when his customer ordered a beer, and when Maigret requested a telephone token, he asked just one. The person who had used the booth before Maigret had drunk a serious amount of Calvados, because the air reeked of it, and even the handset smelled of apple brandy. Hello, who's that? Inspector Neveu. Is Lucas not in the office? I'll call him. Just a moment. He's on another line. Maigret waited patiently, gazing absently at the soothing decor of the little café, its pewter counter and its familiar bottles and labels. The newspapers talked with complacency or anxiety about a world that was changing at breakneck speed, but here, before his eyes, after all these years and a world war, were the same bottle labels that he used to see in the village inn as a child. "Sorry, Chief. I want the house of a certain Norris Yonker in Avenue Junot, put under surveillance as soon as possible. It's opposite the building Lognion came out of when he was shot. Put at least 2 men and a car there. I'm not sure there are any left in the yard. I fear there aren't. Find one. Not only must the Yonkers be followed if they leave the house, but visitors must also be tailed. Get a move on." In the taxi, weaving through the lights, he felt in a strange mood. He should have been pleased with himself, because he hadn't been intimidated by the Dutchman's arrogance and wealth, or by Morella's dazzling beauty. Rarely had he gathered so many details in a single day about a case he'd had no inkling of on getting up that morning. Not only had the art lover's house come alive and yielded a number of little secrets, but Avenue Junot, which he thought he knew, had taken on a new countenance. Why did he feel dissatisfied with himself and vaguely worried? He asked himself the question and tried to answer it. But it was only as the taxi was crossing the Pont au Change and he glimpsed the familiar outline of the old Palais de Justice that he believed he'd identified the cause of his unease. Although he had spent most of his time in Norris Yonker's study, had visited the house from top to bottom, and the most dramatic scene had taken place in the second-floor studio, his strongest memory was not of those places. The image that stayed with him, as obstinate as a tune on the brain, was that of the little bedroom with an iron bedstead, and he suddenly understood the reason for his concern. Like in a film close-up, he saw those obscene images again, drawn on the white walls with broad brush strokes in red, black, and blue. When he tried to picture Morella Yonker, it was her portrait in a few hastily drawn lines that stood out most in his mind. Was not the person who had created that image in a frenzy, surrounding it with wild sexual symbols. Mad. Did not the drawings of lunatics that he'd had the occasion to see exude that same energy and evocative power? The room had been occupied recently. That was beyond doubt. Why? Otherwise, would it have been thoroughly scrubbed down in the past few hours? And why had they not dared repaint the walls white? He lumbered up the main staircase of the police judiciaire. Instead of going directly to his office, he first dropped into the inspector's room. As was his habit, under the globe lights, each person was working at their desk, like students at an evening class. He didn't look at anyone in particular, but he found it comforting to be back in touch with headquarters and its professional atmosphere. They did not raise their eyes any more than pupils do when the teacher walks past. Yet they all knew that he was grave and anxious, that his face bore signs not just of weariness, but of exhaustion. My wife hasn't called. No, Chief. Phone her at home. If she's not there, try Lognan's number. Perhaps not an actual madman, not someone who should be locked up in a psychiatric hospital, but someone violent, unable to control his instincts. Hello, is that you? She was back at their apartment and was probably busy cooking dinner. Have you been home long? Over an hour. To be honest, I don't think she particularly wants me there. She was flattered that I took the trouble, but she doesn't feel comfortable with me. She far prefers the company of the old dear with the rosary. The pair of them can complain to their heart's content and count their endless woes. I went and bought a few treats from the local shops. I slipped a banknote into the hand of the old woman, who didn't bat an eyelid, and I promised to drop in tomorrow. What about you? Do you plan to be here for dinner? I don't know yet. I doubt it. How's Lognan? The last I heard, he was alive, but I've only just got back to the office. See you tonight. I hope. See you tonight. He didn't call her by her first name, nor she him. They didn't call one another darling. What would be the point, since they felt almost like one and the same person? He hung up and opened the door. Is Janvier there? Coming, Chief. And Maigret, sitting at his desk, on which he kept his pipes, Lognan first. I telephoned the hospital 10 minutes ago. The matron is losing patience, condition stable. The doctors aren't expecting any change before tomorrow at the earliest. He's in a coma, and even if his eyes open, he doesn't know where he is, who is beside him, or what happened to him. Have you seen Marinette Augier's ex-fiancée? I found him at his office, and he seemed frightened at the thought that his father might have found out I was from the police. The father, apparently, is a harsh man who terrifies his staff. Jean-Claude, on the other hand, is a spineless fop, a weakling. He dragged me outside and put on an act in front of the young lady in reception, passing me off as a client. What do they manufacture? Metal pipes of I don't know what, copper, iron or cast iron. It's a big, sinister place of the sort you find around Avenue de la République and Boulevard Voltaire. He took me to a café a long way from the office. The afternoon papers are full of the shooting and Lognon's injuries. But don't mention Marinette. Jean-Claude hadn't read them. Incidentally, was he cooperative? He's so frightened of his father and, in general, of anything that might complicate his life, that he would have confessed all his youthful sins. I told him that Marinette had suddenly left her home and that we urgently needed her witness statement. You were engaged for nearly a year. Engaged? Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration or an understatement. Since you used to spend 1 or 2 nights a week at her place, it really annoyed him that we knew. Anyhow, if she's expecting a baby, it can't be mine, because we haven't seen one another for over 9 months. You see the type. Chief, I asked him about their weekends. You must have had favorite places where you used to go. Do you have a car? Of course. Did you go to the seaside, or did you stay in the Paris region? In the Paris region. Not always the same spot. We'd choose an inn, nearly always by the river, because Marinette was crazy about swimming and canoeing. She didn't like hotels, elegant and sophisticated places. To be honest, her tastes were very common. I managed to get 6 addresses out of him, those of the spots they went to several times. The Auberge du Clou, in Courcelles, in the Chevreuse Valley, chez Mélanie, in Saint-Fargeau, between Corbeil and Melun, Félix et Félicie, in Pomponne. It's beside the Marne, not far from Lagny. She was especially fond of that bistro, because it's just a rural café with 2 guest rooms and no running water. Then Craigie, near Meaux, an open-air dance hall whose name he can't remember and whose owner is deaf. The Pied Qui Danse, in the middle of the countryside between Moulins and Apremont. They ate only once at the Coq Hardy. In Bougival. Have you checked? I thought I'd do better staying here and gathering the intelligence. I could have phoned the local police in the various villages, but I was afraid they might give the game away and cause the young lady to run away. It's not very regular, given that these places are outside our patch. But I understood you were in a hurry. Well, I sent a man in each direction. Lortie, Jamin, and Lagrume. Did they each take a car? Yes, admitted Janvier anxiously. Is that why Lucas has just told me that there are probably no cars available? I'm sorry. You did well. No results yet. Only from the Auberge du Clou. Nothing there. The others will be reporting back soon. Maigret smoked his pipe in silence, as if he'd forgotten Janvier's presence. Do you still need me here? Not for the time being. Don't go off without informing me. Though, tell Lucas to stay as well. He wanted to move fast. After his long visit to the Dutchman that afternoon, he felt that someone was in danger, while remaining incapable of saying who was at risk. Of course, they'd contrived to show him a facade, while the paintings on the walls were authentic. Wasn't everything else he'd seen and heard false? Get me immigration. It only took 10 minutes or so for him to obtain Madame Yonkers' maiden name. Her first name wasn't Mireille, as he had thought because of Mirella and her southern roots, but the very ordinary Marcel, and her surname had been Maillant. Get hold of the Nice Police Judiciaire, will you? Preferably Detective Chief Inspector Bastiani. Unable to remain idle, he was casting around at random in all directions. Hello, Bastiani? How are you, my old friend? Like the weather. Here it's been raining for the past 3 days, and it's only let up since midday. But the sky's still gray. Listen, I'd like your men to search through some old paperwork quickly. If you've got nothing, they could try at the Palais de Justice. It's concerning a certain Marcel Maillant, born in Nice, probably in the Old Town, in the Saint-Reparat neighborhood. She's 34. After her marriage to an Englishman by the name of Muir, who manufactures ball bearings in Manchester, she lived in London for a number of years, where she married a wealthy Dutchman, Norris Yonker, and she currently lives in Paris. A magnificent woman, the kind who turns heads in the street, tall, dark-haired, elegantly dressed, very much a woman of the world, but with a little something that niggles me. Do you know what I mean? Something's not quite right. I don't know what, but the way she looked at me confirms it. Yes, it's really urgent. I'd swear that something ugly's going to happen, and I'd like to prevent it. By the way, did you ever meet Lognon when you were at the Sûreté? Old Hard Done By. That's right. He was shot last night. He's not dead, but no one can be sure he'll recover. It's to do with this case. Yes. I'm not sure how, or to what extent she's mixed up in it. But your intelligence may shed some light. I'm staying in my office all night if I have to. He knew that on learning that the investigation concerned a colleague who had been shot, Bastiani and his men would pull out all the stops. For them, it was a point of honor for a good 5 minutes. He appeared to be daydreaming, dozing. Then his arm reached for the telephone. I'd like to be put through to Scotland Yard. As a matter of urgency, Inspector Pike. One moment. No Chief Inspector Pike. They had met in France, where the worthy Inspector Pike had come to study the methods of the police judiciaire, and of Maigret especially, and had been surprised to discover that Maigret had no method at all. They had seen one another twice more in London and had become good friends. A few months earlier, Maigret had learned that Pike had earned more stripes. Although he was put through to Scotland Yard in 3 minutes, it took another 10 before Pike was on the other end. And a few more to exchange congratulations in bad English on Maigret's part, and in bad French on Pike's. Maillant. Yes. M for Maurice, A for André. He had to spell out the names. Muir, M for Maurice again, U for Ursula. I know that name. Is it Sir Herbert Muir of Manchester? The Queen knighted him 3 years ago. Second husband Norris Yonker. He spelled out the name again, mentioning the Dutchman's stint in the British Army, his rank of colonel. There were perhaps other men between the two. Apparently she lived for a while in London, where I doubt she remained alone. Maigret took care to add that it was a case of a police officer being attacked, and Mr. Pike declared gravely, here the culprit would be hanged, man or woman. Those guilty of killing police officers are always hanged, like Bastiani. He promised to call back. It was 6:30 when he opened the communicating door. Maigret found only 4 or 5 inspectors left in the big office. Nothing at Chez Mélanie, in Saint Fargeau, Chief. Nothing either at the Cock Hardy, as I expected, or at the Pie Cuidance. There's just the Marne left, since I drew a blank with the Chevreuse Valley and Seine areas. Maigret was about to go back into his office when Inspector Chinquier came into the room in a state of great agitation. Is the chief here? He spotted Maigret before the words were out of his mouth. I've got news. Rather than phoning you from the office, I preferred to dash over myself. Come in. I've left a witness in the waiting room. In case you want to question him, first sit down and tell me, may I remove my coat? I've raced around so much today that I'm drenched in sweat. That's better. As you requested, the men from the 18th have gone through Avenue Junot and the surrounding streets with a fine-tooth comb for hours. Apart from old Maigret, it proved fruitless. Then, suddenly, I was given some information that seemed to me to be of the utmost. We'd already been to that apartment building in the early afternoon and questioned the concierge and those residents who were at home. Not many, mainly women, because the men were at work. It's an investment property located at the top of the avenue. Just when one of my colleagues returned there, less than an hour ago, a man went into the lodge to collect his post, a certain Longeron, who's a door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman. I have brought him in. He's a rather morose man, more used to being kicked out than welcomed with open arms. He lives alone in an apartment on the 3rd floor and works irregular hours, always in the hope of catching people at the right moment. He generally cooks his own meals, but when he makes a sale, he treats himself to dinner at a restaurant. That's what happened yesterday. Between 6 and 8, when people are usually at home, he sold 2 vacuum cleaners and, after a drink in a brasserie on Place Clichy, he dined copiously in a little restaurant in Rue Colincourt shortly before 10 o'clock. He was walking up Avenue Junot carrying his demo vacuum cleaner. Outside the Dutchman's house, a car was parked, a yellow Jaguar whose number plate struck him because it was marked TT in red letters. He was just a few meters away when the front door opened. Is he certain that it was the door of the Yonkers mansion? He knows all the buildings on Avenue Junot inside out because, of course, he tries to sell vacuum cleaners there. Listen carefully. 2 men came out, supporting a third who was so drunk that he could no longer stand on his own feet. When the 2 individuals who were virtually carrying the third one to the car spotted Langeron, they made as if to go back into the house. But one of them rebuked the drunk one. Come on, walk, idiot. What a disgrace you are, getting yourself into such a state. Did they take him away? Wait, that's not all. First, my vacuum cleaner salesman states that the man who spoke had a strong English accent. Secondly, the drunkard was wearing neither shoes nor socks. Apparently, his bare feet were being dragged over the pavement. They put him on the rear seat with one of the men who'd been supporting him. While the other took the wheel, the car roared off. "Do you want me to call my man in?" Maigret hesitated, convinced that there was less and less time to lose. "Make him comfortable next door and take down his statement. Make sure he leaves nothing out. A detail can prove important. Then what do? Let's talk about it again when you've finished." The previous day, at the same time, he had been grilling young Bosch, nicknamed Jeannot, and at 1 o'clock in the morning, he had wormed the confession out of him that had enabled him to lock up Gaston Nouveau. He was beginning to wonder whether, again tonight, the lights in his office would be on until goodness knows what hour. That rarely happened twice in a row. Between cases, there was nearly always a pause, and paradoxically, if this pause went on too long, Maigret became bad-tempered and restive. Vehicle registration. Quick. He didn't recall ever having seen a yellow Jaguar, an unusual color for an English car. The TT indicated that the car had entered France with a foreign driver who would only be staying in the country for a short time and was exempt from customs duty. "Who deals with TTs in your department?" "Rorive." "He's not in the office." "Everyone's gone home." "What about you? You're there, aren't you?" "Listen, young man, you'll simply have to manage. Either go into Rorive's office and look for the information I need, or phone him and tell him to come at once. It doesn't matter if he's in the middle of having dinner. Understood? It's about a Jaguar. Jaguar. Yes. It was still driving around Paris last night. It's yellow and has a TT plate. No, I don't know the number. That would be a fine thing. But I presume there aren't dozens of yellow Jaguars with TT plates in Paris. Get a move on one way or another and call me at Quai des Orfèvres with the information, the owner's name, his address, date of arrival in France. Hurry up. My apologies to Rorive if you have to disturb him. I'll return the favor. Tell him it's about finding the guy who shot Lognon. Yes. The inspector from the 18th. He went and opened the door a fraction to call Janvier. Still nothing from the Marne. Not yet. Maybe Legroom has broken down. What time is it? 7 o'clock? I'm thirsty. Have some beers sent up while you're about it. I think it might be a good idea to order some sandwiches. For how many? I don't know. A heap of sandwiches? He paced up and down, his hands behind his back, then ended up reaching for the phone again. My wife, please, to tell her that he definitely wouldn't be home for dinner. He had barely hung up when it rang and he hurried over to pick it up. Hello. Yes, Bastiani. So it was easier than you expected. Luck. Right. Go on. He sat at his desk, pulled over a notepad and grabbed a pencil. What name did you say? Stanley Hobson. What? It's a long story. Make it as short as possible, without leaving anything out. But not at all, my friend. I'm a bit on edge this evening. I'm convinced we've got to move fast. There's a barefoot drunkard who's niggling me, right? I'm listening. The case went back 16 years. A certain Stanley Hobson had been arrested in Nice, in a luxury hotel on the Promenade des Anglais. He had a record at Scotland Yard as a jewelry thief. Several jewelry robberies had just been committed in villas in Antibes and Cannes. Another in a room at the hotel where Hobson was staying. At the time of his arrest, he was with a girl who was not quite 18 and who had been his mistress for several weeks. She'd been taken to the police station with him, and they'd both been questioned for 3 days. The room had been searched. The police had also searched the home in the old town of Nice of the girl's mother, who worked at the flower market. No jewelry was found. For lack of proof, the pair were released, and 2 days later, they crossed over into Italy. There was no further news in Nice of either Hobson or Marcel Maillon, because she was indeed the girl in question. Do you know what became of the mother? For the past few years, she's been living in a comfortable apartment in Rue Saint-Sauveur, and she has a private income. I sent one of my men over to her place, but he's not back yet. She probably receives money orders from her daughter. Thank you, Bastiani. We'll speak later. I hope. The wheels were beginning to turn, as Maigret described it, and at these times he wished all the offices were open day and night. Come here for a moment, Lucas. Go down to the hotel agency. With any luck, someone will still be there. Note down the name. Stanley Hobson. According to Bastiani, he'd be between 45 and 48 by now. I don't have a description, but over 15 years ago, Scotland Yard circulated his details to all the police forces as an international jewelry thief. Go up to records if necessary. There's a chance they'll have something on him. With Lucas gone, Maigret looked at the telephone reproachfully, as if he was annoyed with it for not ringing every second. Shinkie knocked on his door. "There you are, sir. The statement is typed up, and Longeron has signed it. He's asking if he may go and have dinner. You really don't want to see him." Maigret contented himself with a glance through the half-open door. The individual was ordinary, unassuming. Let him go and eat, and then come back, just in case. I don't know yet whether I'll need him or when, but too many people have already vanished into thin air. What do I do? Aren't you hungry? Don't you ever eat? I'd like to make myself useful. It would be best if you went back to the 18th and kept me posted on what's happening in the neighborhood. Are you hoping for something? If I weren't, I'd go home and have dinner with my wife in front of the television. The waiter from the Brasserie Dauphine was still in Maigret's office, where he delivered a tray full of glasses of beer and sandwiches. When the telephone rang, "Good, well done, Ed. Just Ed. An American, I understand. Even their presidents have nicknames. Ed Golan, double L. Do you have the address?" What? Maigret was becoming gloomy. It was about the owner of the yellow Jaguar. Are you sure it's the only one there is in Paris? Good. Thank you, my friend. I'll see where this leads. But I'd have been happier if he weren't a guest at the Ritz. He went into the inspector's office again. I need 2 men to get ready to take cars. I hope there are some left down there. 2 have just come back. A moment later, he was on the phone again. The Ritz. Put me through to the concierge, please. Mademoiselle. Hello, is that the concierge? Is that you? Pierre. Maigret here. He had carried out several investigations in the hotel on Place Vendôme, one of the most exclusive, if not the most exclusive, in Paris. And each time he had done so with appropriate discretion. The detective chief inspector, yes. Listen carefully and don't say any names. At this hour, the lobby must be full of people. Do you have a certain Golan among your guests? Ed Golan. Just a moment, if you don't mind. I'm going to transfer the call to one of the booths. Shortly after he confirmed, he is staying here. Yes, he's a regular guest. He's an American, born in San Francisco, who travels a lot and comes to Paris 3 or 4 times a year. He usually stays around 3 weeks. How old? 38. 38. Not the businessman type at all. but the intellectual type. According to his passport, he's an art critic, and so I've been told, an internationally reputed expert. He's entertained the director of the Louvre several times, and major art dealers come and see him. Is he in his suite right now? What time is it? 7:30. It's highly likely that he'll be in the bar. Could you discreetly check? Another wait. Yes, he's there. Alone. With a pretty woman. A hotel guest. She's not quite the sort. He's had a drink with her before, and later they'll go and have dinner in the center. Will you let me know if they look as if they're about to leave? Only I can't prevent them. Just ring me, and thank you. He called Lucas. Listen carefully. This is important and delicate. You're going to go over to the Ritz with an inspector. Ask the concierge from me whether Ed Gollin is still in the bar. If he is, as I hope he will be, leave your partner in the lobby and go up to Gollin and his companion unobtrusively. No need to have your badge visible or to say the word police out loud. Tell him that it's about his car, that we need to ask him for some information, and insist that he follows you. What about the woman? Do I bring her too? Unless she's tall, with dark hair, very beautiful, and called Morella. Lucas squinted at the beers, the glasses still misted, then made to leave without a word. The main thing is, be quick. Drive at top speed. Although the beer was good, Maigret couldn't finish his sandwich. He was too restless to eat. Nothing stacked up in this case. He'd barely come up with a hypothesis when the facts contradicted it. And, with the exception of the mysterious Stanley Hobson, they kept encountering individuals who appeared to be respectable. He ended up calling Manessi, the auctioneer, at home. It's me again. I hope I'm not interrupting a cocktail party. I am. Then I'll be brief. Does the name Gollin mean anything to you? One of the top American experts. He sighed several times as he listened to what Manessi was saying on the other end of the line. Yes, yes, I should have expected it. One more question. I was told this afternoon that true art lovers buy and sell their paintings under the counter. Is that right? I'm not asking you for names, of course. No, I'm not involved in an art case. Or, if I am, it's unwittingly. One last thing. Is it possible that a man like Norris Yonker has fakes in his collection? The reply was a guffaw. If he has, then so does the Louvre. It is true that some people claim that the Mona Lisa is a forgery. The door burst open. An excited, beaming Janvier waited impatiently for Maigret to finish his call to trumpet his news. Thank you. Go back to your guess. I might be wrong, but I think I may need you again. Janvier blurted out, "This is it, Chief. We've found her. Marinette. Yes, Legroom is bringing her back." He didn't break down. But apparently, it's hard to find the Félix et Félicie Inn in the dark. It's outside Pomponnot, at the end of a mud track that's a dead end. Has she talked? She swears she has no idea what happened. On hearing the shots, she immediately thought of Lognon. She was afraid they'd try to shoot her too. Why? She didn't explain. She made no objection to following Legroom, except she asked to see his badge. She would be at Quai des Orfèvres within an hour at most. Meanwhile, if all went well, Ed Golan would be there too, furious no doubt, threatening to call his embassy. It's crazy the number of people who invoke their embassy. Hello. Yes? Speaking. Dear Mr. Pike, the newly appointed Chief Inspector of Scotland Yard delivered his news without hurrying, apparently reading from a document in front of him and repeating each important piece of information, because there were some very important items. For example, concerning Morella's divorce from her first husband after only 2 years of marriage. It had been found that the fault lay with the young woman on the grounds of adultery with no other than a certain Stanley Hobson. Not only had the couple been caught in the act in an insalubrious district of Manchester where Hobson had lodgings, but it had been established that the pair had been seeing one another throughout the 2-year marriage. I could find no trace of Stanley in London during the following years. I hope to have that information for you tomorrow. 2 of my men are contacting the people in Soho who know what's going on in those circles. One detail I almost forgot. Hobson is better known as Bald Stan. He lost his hair and his eyebrows at the age of 23 or 24 as a result of some disease. Feeling hot, Maigret went to open the window a little, and he was busy draining one of the glasses of beer when he heard, in the corridor, someone speaking French with an American accent. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone of voice made it clear that the reluctant visitor was not happy. That was why he put on his friendliest, most welcoming smile. And, as he opened the door, said, "Do come in, Monsieur Golan, and forgive me for disturbing you." Chapter 7. Morella's Choice. Ed Golan had brown hair in a crew cut, despite the cold, gray weather. He did not bother with an overcoat and his lightweight suit without shoulder pads gave him an even more elongated shape. He spoke in correct French, without fumbling for words, even though he was angry. "This gentleman," he said, pointing to Lucas, "intruded on me in a particularly disagreeable manner. Not only on me, but on a lady who was with me." Maigret signaled to Lucas to leave the office. "I apologize, Monsieur Gollin. If she is the person you are concerned about, you should know that inconveniences of this kind are part of her profession." His remark hit home. "I presume this is about my car. You are the owner of a yellow Jaguar. Is that right?" "I was." "What do you mean?" "That I went to the police station of the first arrondissement this morning to report that it had been stolen." "Where were you last night, Monsieur Golan?" "At the residence of the Mexican consul on Boulevard des Italiens." "Did you have dinner there, in the company of a dozen people?" "Were you still there at around 10 o'clock?" "Not only at 10 o'clock, but at 2 in the morning, as you will be able to verify, spotting the tray with the beer and sandwiches." He looked surprised. "I'd like you to tell me straight away." "One moment. I am in a hurry too. More than you. Believe me. But it is vital to proceed in an orderly manner. You left your car on Boulevard des Italiens. No. You know better than I do that it is impossible to park there. Where was it the last time you saw it?" "Place Vendôme, where there are a number of parking spaces reserved for Ritz guests." "I only had to walk a few hundred meters to my friend's residence." "You didn't leave his apartment?" "No." "Did you receive a telephone call?" He hesitated, taken aback by what Maigret knew. "From a woman?" "Yes." "A woman whose name you can't reveal, I presume? Would it not be Madame Jonker?" "It could have been her. As a matter of fact, I do know the Jonkers." "When you returned to the hotel, did you not notice that your car was no longer in its parking spot?" "I used the Rue Cambon entrance, like most of the guests." "Do you know Stanley Hobson?" "I am not inclined to be subjected to an interrogation, Monsieur Maigret, before being told what it is you believe I am mixed up in." "It so happens that some of your friends are in trouble." "Which friends?" "Norris Jonker, for example." "You have bought paintings from him and sold him paintings. I imagine I am not an art dealer. Museums and private collectors sometimes tell me they are looking for a painting by a specific artist of special importance from a specific period. If, during the course of my travels, I hear that such a painting is for sale, I merely mention it. You don't take a commission. That is none of your business. It is a matter for the tax authorities of my own country. You have no idea, of course, who could have stolen your car. Was the key on the dashboard? In the glove box? I'm absent-minded, and it's the only way for me not to lose it. Maigret strained to hear the noises coming from the corridor and seemed to be conducting the interview reluctantly and without conviction. This struck Gollin as somewhat surprising. I assume I can now go and rejoin the lady I have invited to dinner. Not right away. I am afraid I will need you again a little later. Maigret had heard footsteps, a door open and close again, and a woman's voice in the adjacent office. It was the evening of opening and closing doors, as they would later dub it. Would you pop into my office for a moment, Janvier? It would be rude to leave Monsieur Galland alone. We've made him miss his dinner. So, if he wants a sandwich. The few inspectors who had been kept behind, including Legroom, proud of his coup, darted curious looks at a charming young lady dressed in a blue suit, who sat watching the goings-on around her. You're Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, aren't you? I've seen your photo in the newspapers. Tell me quickly whether he's dead. No, Mademoiselle Augier. He has been seriously wounded, but the doctors hope to save him. Was it he who told you about me? He's in no condition to talk, and won't be for some hours, if not for 2 or 3 days. Would you follow me? He showed her into a small office and shut the door. You'll understand, I think, if I tell you that we have little time. That's why I'm not asking you to go into details about what you know. I'll ask you all that later. For the moment, I have some questions for you. Was it you who informed Inspector Lognon that there were strange activities in the house opposite? No. I hadn't noticed anything other than, at night, there was often a light on in the studio. Where did he meet you? In the street, as I was coming home. He told me that he knew which apartment I lived in, and that he needed to spend 2 or 3 evenings at the window in order to watch someone. He showed me his police badge and his ID. I wasn't too happy about it, and I almost called the police station. What convinced you? He looked unhappy. He told me that he had never had any luck, but that if I helped him, all that would change because he was on to a very big case. Did he say what it was? Not the first evening. Did you stay with him the first evening? For a while. Yes. In the dark. The curtains of the studio over the road didn't quite meet, and from time to time, you could see a man walk past holding a palette and brushes, dressed in white with a towel around his head. Yes, I joked that he looked like a ghost. Did you see him painting? Once, that evening. He had his easel in a part of the studio that we could see, and he was painting furiously. What do you mean by painting furiously? I don't know. I thought he seemed possessed. Did you see other people in the studio? A woman? She took her clothes off? Or rather, he almost tore them off her. Tall, with dark hair. It wasn't Madame Yonker, whom I know by sight. Did you see Monsieur Yonker as well? Not in the studio. In the studio, I once saw a bald man, of a certain age. What happened last night? As on the other evenings, I went to bed early. I have a tiring job, and the salon sometimes stays open very late, especially when there's a big ball or a gala. Was Logyun in the living room? Yes. We ended up becoming friends. The two of us. He never made a pass at me, and he was very kind to me, like a father. He'd bring me chocolates or a bunch of violets to thank me. Were you asleep at 10 o'clock? I was in bed, but I wasn't asleep yet. I was reading the newspaper. He knocked on my door. He was all worked up and told me that there was a development, that the painter had just been taken away, that it had all happened too quickly for him to have time to go downstairs. I'd better stay a little longer. It's likely that one of the men will return. He went back to the window, and I fell asleep. The shots woke me. I looked outside. When I leaned out, I saw a body on the pavement. I had no idea what I was going to do yet, but I began to get dressed. The concierge came up and told me, "Why did you run away?" I thought that if the gangsters knew who he was and what he was doing in the building, they'd shoot me too. I still had no idea where I was going. I didn't think. Did you take a taxi? No. I walked down to Place Clichy and sat for a while in a café that was still open, where prostitutes looked me up and down. I remembered an inn I'd been to several times with a friend, Jean-Claude. Yes, it was through him. Look, mademoiselle, interested in everything that happened to you, and I'd be delighted to hear the details of your escapade. But I have the feeling that there are more urgent matters. May I ask you, while you wait for me, to sit quietly in my inspector's office, where I'm going to take you now. And while you're there, Janvier will take down your statement in writing. Lognon wasn't mistaken. No, Lognon knows his job and is rarely mistaken. As he told you, he's been unlucky. Either someone pulls the rug from under him, or he gets shot just as he was about to win the game. Come. He left her in the office next door and went back to Janvier in his own office. Take down the young lady's statement. Golan, who was sitting down, leaped up. Have you brought her here? It's not your lady friend, Monsieur Golan, but a real lady. You still deny knowing Stanley Hobson, known as Bald Stan. I do not have to reply. As you wish. Sit down. You will perhaps learn something from the telephone conversation I am about to have. Hello. Put me through to Monsieur Yonker, please. Norris, Yonker, Avenue Junot. Hello. Monsieur Yonker, Maigret speaking. Since I left you, I have found the answer to a lot of the questions I asked you. The true answer, you understand. For example, in my office, I have Monsieur Golan, who is not pleased to have been inconvenienced and who has still not found his car. A yellow Jaguar, the one that was parked outside your house at 10 o'clock last night and that took away, among others, your lodger. I'm saying your lodger. Yes, in a sorry state, apparently without any socks or shoes. Now listen to me, Monsieur Yonker. I could, later today or tomorrow morning, have you legally arrested for certain trafficking offenses about which you know more than I do. I'm warning you that your house is under police surveillance. Just in case. Please come here now with Madame Yonker to continue our conversation of this afternoon. If your wife were to make a fuss, tell her that we know her entire story. It is possible that, as well as Monsieur Golan, she will meet here a certain Bald Stan. Be quiet, Monsieur Yonker. I am doing the talking. It will be your turn to speak in a moment. It is unpleasant being mixed up in a forgery case, but it would be even more serious to be accused of being an accessory to murder. Would it not? Convinced that Inspector Lognon was shot without your knowledge, and probably without that of Monsieur Golan. But I'm very much afraid that another crime is being planned, in which you would be more closely involved, because it concerns the man you kept locked up in your house. Where is he? Tell me where he was taken and by whom. No, not when you get here, not in half an hour. Now. Do you hear me, Monsieur Jonker? He heard the murmur of a woman's voice. Mirella must have been leaning over her husband. What was she advising him to do? I swear, Monsieur Maigret. And I repeat, that time is of the essence. Wait. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I need to look it up in my address book. Then Mirella interrupted. He's going to give you the address, Monsieur Maigret. He is Mario de Lucia, and he has a studio near the Champs-Élysées. Here's my husband. Jonker read Mario de Lucia, 27A, Rue de Berry. He was the person who dealt with Federico, and Federico is the painter who was working in your studio. Yes, Federico Palestri. I'm expecting you, Monsieur Jonker. Don't forget to bring your wife. Maigret did not even look at the American critic. He was already picking up the phone again. Get me the police station of the 9th. Hello. Who's speaking? Dubois. Take 3 or 4 men with you. And I mean 3 or 4 armed men, because the individual is dangerous. Get yourself over to 27A, Rue de Berry, and go up to the studio of a certain Mario de Lucia, if he's home, which is likely. Arrest him. Yes, despite the late hour. You'll find a man who's being held captive there. Federico Palestri. I want both of them here as soon as possible. Once again, be careful. Mario de Lucia is armed with a Mauser 7.63. Find the weapon if he doesn't have it on him. He turned to Ed Golan. You see, Monsieur, that you were wrong to protest. It took me a long time to understand, because I am hardly familiar with the trafficking of artworks, genuine or fake. Furthermore, your friend Jonker is a gentleman who does not easily lose his cool. Once more, he grabbed the phone which had just rung. Yes. Hello. Lucas, where are you? Quai de la Tournelle. Hotel de la Tournelle. I understand. He's eating in a cafe next door. No, not on your own. Ask 2 neighborhood inspectors to accompany you. After all, he could be the one who's playing with a large caliber automatic. I'd be surprised. But what happened to poor old Lognon is quite enough. He walked over to the door of the inspector's office. Get me a cold beer, would you? He came back and sat down at his desk and filled a pipe. There you are, Monsieur Golan. I hope your painter is still alive. I don't know Mario de Lucia. but it is likely that he has a criminal record under one name or another. Otherwise, we'll contact the Italian police. We'll know in a few minutes. Admit that you are as anxious as I am. I will only speak in the presence of my lawyer, Maitre Spangler. His number is Odeon 1804. No, I'm mistaken. It doesn't matter, Monsieur Golan. At this point, I'm in no hurry to question you. It is a pity that a man like you should be mixed up in this case. And I hope that Maitre Spangler will find some robust arguments in your defense. The beer still hadn't arrived when the telephone rang. Yes, Dubois. He listened for a while without saying anything. Good. Thank you. It's not your fault. Make your report directly to the public prosecutor. I'll drop by there later. Maigret stood up, refusing to respond to the American's questioning look. Golan was pale. Has something happened? I swear that if... Sit down and shut up. He went next door and signaled to Janvier, who was typing out Marinette Augier's statement, to follow him into the corridor. Something wrong, Chief. I don't know exactly what happened yet. The painter has been found hanged from the chain of the toilet in the bathroom where he was being held prisoner. Mario de Lucia has disappeared. You'll probably find his record upstairs. Put out a general alert to the stations, airports, and borders. What about Marinette? She can wait. A couple was coming up the stairs, followed at a distance by a police officer from the 18th arrondissement. Please go into that room and wait for me, Madame Jonker. The two women, who knew one another by sight, had never found themselves in such close proximity, and they eyed each other with curiosity. And you, Monsieur Jonker, follow me. He took him into the small office where he had interviewed Marinette Augier. Have a seat. Have you found him? Yes, alive. The Dutchman no longer had his rosy complexion or his assurance. In the space of a few hours, he had become an old man. Did de Lucia kill him? He was found hanged in the bathroom. I've always said it would end badly. For whom? For Mirella. For the others, especially my wife. What do you know about her? It was hard to admit it, but he managed to, bowing his head. Everything, I think. Nice. And Stanley Hobson. Yes. What led up to the divorce from Herbert Muir in Manchester? Yes. Did you meet her in London? At a country house on the outskirts of London, at the home of friends. She was very popular in certain social circles, and you fell in love with her. Were you the one who suggested getting married? Yes. Did you already know? It may sound unbelievable to you, but a Dutchman would understand. I hired a private detective to get information about her. I learned that she had lived with Hobson, known as Bald Stan, for several years, whom the British police had only managed to lock up once for 2 years. He met up with her again in Manchester when she was Mrs. Muir. He didn't live with her in London, but came to see her every so often to extort money from her. There was a knock at the door. You wanted a beer, Chief. You would probably rather have a brandy, Monsieur Yonker. I'm sorry, I can't offer you the tipple you drink at home. Someone bring me the bottle of brandy that's in my cupboard. They found themselves facing one another, and the brandy, downed in one, brought a little color back into the Dutchman's cheeks. You see, Monsieur Maigret, I can't live without her. It is very dangerous to fall in love at my age. She told me that Hobson was blackmailing her, that she could get rid of him with a certain amount of money, and I trusted her. I paid up. How did the paintings business begin? You'll find it hard to believe me because you're not a collector. I collect people. I wonder how you'd classify me in your collection. Perhaps under fools, since you have investigated me. You have doubtless been told that I am a real expert on paintings of a certain period. When one has been passionate for so many years about a single thing, one ends up knowing a lot about it, doesn't one? I am often asked for my opinion of a painting, and it is enough for a work to have been part of my collection for its value to be undisputed. To authenticate it, in other words. That's what happens for all the great art lovers. As I told you when you came to my home, I sold some works in order to buy others, always rarer and more exquisite. Once you start, it is hard to stop. One day, I made a mistake. He spoke in a doleful voice, indifferent to what his fate might be. Even though it was a Van Gogh, not one of those I had inherited from my father. A painting bought through a dealer, and which I would have sworn was genuine. I kept it in my drawing room for a while. A South American art lover offered me a sum that allowed me to purchase a work I had been wanting for a long time. The deal was made. A few months later, a certain Golan, whom I knew only by name, came to see me. How long ago was that? About a year. He spoke to me about the Van Gogh, which he'd had the opportunity to see at the home of my Venezuelan buyer, and he proved it was a skillful forgery. I haven't said anything to your purchaser, he added. It would be very unpleasant for you, would it not, if it became known that you'd sold a fake painting? Others who have bought paintings from you might become worried. Your entire collection would be under suspicion. You are not a collector, I repeat. You have no idea what a blow this business was to me. Golan came back to see me. One day, he told me he had discovered the author of the forgery, a brilliant boy. He claimed, just as capable of imitating a Manet as a Renoir or a Vlaminck. Was your wife present during that conversation? I don't recall. Perhaps it was I who told her about it afterwards. Perhaps she encouraged me to accept what was being offered. Perhaps I agreed of my own accord. People say I am a wealthy man, but the word wealth is relative. While I can afford certain paintings, I don't have the means to buy others. No matter how tempting the opportunity, do you understand? What I think I understand is that there was a need for the forged paintings to pass through your hands so as to authenticate them beyond a doubt. That's pretty much right. I displayed one or two fakes among my paintings and, just a moment, when were you introduced to Palestri? A month or two later, through Golan. I had sold 2 of his works. Golan preferred to sell them to South American art lovers or to small little-known museums. Palestri was giving him cause for concern because he was a kind of mad genius and a sex maniac to boot. You guessed it on seeing his bedroom. Did you not? I began to understand when I saw your wife standing at the easel. We had to pull the wool over people's eyes. When and how did you find out that the goings-on in your house were being watched? It wasn't me who noticed. It was Hobson. Because Hobson had come back into your wife's life. They both swear not. Hobson was a friend of Golan's. He was the one who discovered Palestri. Are you managing to follow me? Yes. I was caught in the spiral. I agreed to let him work in the studio, where no one would think to come looking for him. He slept in the bedroom you saw. He didn't ask to go out. On condition we procured women for him. Painting and women were his only passions. I've been told he painted furiously. Yes. We would place 2 or 3 masterpieces in front of him. He would circle them like a matador around a bull, and a few hours or a few days later, we would find a painting whose inspiration and execution were so identical that no one could distinguish between the two. He was a very unpleasant lodger. Because of his demand for women and his coarseness, even towards my wife. Did he stop at just being crude? I'd rather not know if he went too far. Perhaps you saw the portrait he did of her with a few brush strokes. One passion, Monsieur Maigret, is already a lot for a man, and I should have contented myself with my love of art and remained a reasonable collector. But I was fated to meet Mirella, although none of this is her fault. What were you asking me? Oh. Yes. Who found out we were under suspicion? It was a woman whose name escapes me. A striptease artist in a cabaret on the Champs-Élysées. I think who de Lucia had brought for Palestri. The next day, she telephoned de Lucia to tell him she had been followed on leaving my house. Then accosted by a strange man who had asked her all sorts of questions. De Lucia and Stan kept a watch on the neighborhood. They noticed that, at night, a short, thin character prowled around Avenue Junot. Later, they saw him go into the building opposite with a young woman. He sat there in the dark, by the window, believing he couldn't be seen. But since he couldn't stop himself from smoking the occasional cigarette, the glow gave him away. It didn't occur to anyone that he was from the police. Stan Hobson said that if it was the police, the lookouts would work shifts, but it was always the same one, and he concluded that the man belonged to another gang, or that he was trying to find out enough to blackmail us. It became vital for Palestri to disappear from the house. De Lucia and Hobson dealt with it last night, using Golan's car. Golan knew about it. I presume Palestri refused to leave, convinced that having been used for nearly a year, he was going to be killed. He had to be knocked unconscious. He had already thrown his shoes into the garden. Were you present? No. Your wife? No. We were waiting for him to be gone so we could clean up the studio and the bedroom. Stan had already taken away the frames and the painting he was doing the day before. What I can tell you, if I am still permitted to ask you to believe me, is that I was unaware of their intention to shoot the inspector. I only realized when I heard the gunfire. There was a long silence. Maigret was weary, and he gazed with helpless sympathy at the aged man in front of him, who was reaching tentatively for the brandy bottle. May I? Once the glass was empty, Yonker tried to smile. In any case, it's all over for me, isn't it? I wonder what I'll miss most. His paintings, which had cost him so dear his wife, about whom he had never had any illusions but needed so badly. You'll see, Monsieur Maigret, people won't believe that such an intelligent man can be so naive, he added, after a moment's thought. Except perhaps collectors. In another office, Lucas had begun interrogating Bald Stan for another 2 hours. There were comings and goings from room to room, questions, replies, the clacking of typewriters. It was nearly 1 o'clock. Like the night before, when the lights went out. I'll give you a lift home, mademoiselle. Tonight you can sleep in your bed without fear. They were in the rear of the taxi. Are you angry with me, Monsieur Maigret? About what? If I hadn't panicked and run away, wouldn't your job have been a lot easier? We would have gained a few hours, but the result is the same. He did not seem so happy with that result. And even Morella, when she was taken to the central police cells, had been the recipient of a look that was not devoid of sympathy. Lognon left Bichat a month later, thinner than ever, but with shining eyes, because at the police station of the 18th arrondissement, he was a sort of hero. What was more, it was his photo, not Maigret's, that was in the newspapers the same day. He and his wife left for a village in the Ardennes where the doctors had ordered him to convalesce for 2 months, 2 months which, as Madame Maigret had foreseen, he spent taking care of Madame Lognon. Mario de Lucia had been arrested at the Belgian border. Hobson and he had been sentenced to 10 years hard labor. Golan denied all knowledge of the shooting in Avenue Junot and got off with a 2-year prison sentence for fraud. Yonker only received 1 year, also for fraud, and because the months already spent in detention counted double. He walked away from the court a free man, on the arm of his wife, because Morella had been acquitted for lack of proof. Maigret, standing at the back of the courtroom, slipped away quickly to avoid meeting them, especially since he had promised to telephone Madame Maigret to tell her the verdict. The case was already history, because now it was June and all people could talk about were the holidays. Tell me something, Maigret. a little phrase the detective chief inspector would remember later, but which hadn't struck him at the time. Everything was familiar. The setting, the faces, even the movements of the people involved, so familiar that he had stopped paying attention. It had happened in Rue Popincourt, a few hundred meters from Boulevard Richard Lenoir, at the apartment of the Pardons, where the Maigrets had been in the habit of coming for dinner once a month for several years now. And once a month, too, Dr. Pardon and his wife came for dinner at Maigret's apartment, an opportunity for the two women to indulge in a friendly competition as to who cooked the best stew, as usual. They had lingered at the table, the Pardon's daughter Solange, pregnant for the second time, looked like a balloon, and seemed to be apologizing for being ungainly. She had come to spend a few days with her parents while her husband, an engineer in the eastern suburbs of Paris, was attending a conference in Nice. It was June. The day had been stifling, and the evening was stormy. Through the open window, the moon could occasionally be glimpsed between two black clouds, which it fringed for a moment in white, following a tradition established at the very first dinner. The ladies had served the coffee and were now sitting at the other end of the lounge, talking in low voices, leaving the two men to have a private conversation. This was also the doctor's waiting room, and well-thumbed magazines lay piled up on a pedestal table. Actually, there was one small detail that differed from the other times. While Maigret was filling and lighting his pipe, Pardon had disappeared for a moment into his consulting room and returned with a box of cigars. "I shan't offer you one, Maigret." "No, thanks. So you're smoking cigars now?" He had never seen Pardon smoke anything other than cigarettes. After a brief glance at his wife, Pardon murmured, "It's her doing, because of all these articles about lung cancer. They've made quite an impression on her. Do you believe them?" Pardon shrugged. "Even if I did," he added in a low voice, "confess." He cheated. At home, he forced himself to smoke cigars, which didn't suit him, but elsewhere he smoked cigarettes, secretly, on the sly, like a schoolboy. He was neither tall nor fat. His brown hair was starting to turn silver, and his face bore the marks of a tiring life. The evening seldom finished without an anxious phone call from a patient and Pardon apologizing for having to leave his guests. "Tell me something, Maigret." He had said this hesitantly, with a touch of shyness. "We must be about the same age. I'm 52. Pardon knew that he was Maigret's doctor and must have his records. 3 years away from retirement, in the police, when you reach 55, they expect you to go fishing. A tinge of sadness. Sitting by the window, the two men occasionally received a breath of cool air and glimpsed a flash of lightning in the sky, unaccompanied by the noise of thunder. There were a few lighted windows in the buildings opposite, figures passing behind those windows, and an elderly man leaning on his elbows at the window of a dark room who seemed to be staring at them. I'm 49. At school. 3 years difference matters. Not at our age. Maigret could not have foreseen that the details of this idle conversation would one day come back to haunt him. He liked Pardon. He was one of the few men he enjoyed spending an evening with. Pardon continued, still searching for words. You and I have pretty much the same experience of people. Many of my patients could become clients of yours. It was true in this overpopulated neighborhood. You met all sorts, the best and the worst. I'd like to ask you a question. His embarrassment was plain to see. They were friends, of course, just as their wives were friends, and yet they were reluctant to tackle certain subjects. They had never, for instance, discussed politics or religion. In the whole of your career, Pardon continued, have you ever encountered a truly wicked criminal? I mean, he was once again searching for words, making an effort to clarify his thoughts. A conscious criminal, one who's responsible for his own actions and acts out of pure spite, because that's his vice, as some might put it. I'm not talking about those who mistreat children, for example. They're almost all coarse creatures whose mental age is barely above 10. People who feel uncomfortable in an adult world and become heavy drinkers. So, basically, you're talking about a pure criminal, pure or impure. Let's say a total criminal, as defined by the penal code. No, as defined by you. Screwing up his eyes, Maigret looked at his friend through the smoke from his pipe, concentrating above all on the cigar that Pardon held at an awkward angle, the ash from which, growing too long, was about to fall on the carpet. He finally smiled, and the doctor, embarrassed, now also looked at the cigar. They understood each other. It was this business of cigars and cigarettes that had been bothering Pardon. A doctor who mostly treated the working classes and had led him, perhaps unconsciously, to ask his question. He was 49, as he had just said, every day for more than 20 years. He had treated dozens of patients who looked at him as if he were God and expected everything from him: health, life, advice, a solution to their problems. He had saved the lives of men, women, and children. He had helped others to accept their fate. Every day, he was called on to make rapid decisions that were as irreversible as those of a trial judge, because she had read some newspaper articles. His wife had asked him to give up cigarettes, and he hadn't felt as if he could upset or worry her by refusing. So, when he was at home, he forced himself to puff awkwardly at a cigar that probably tasted awful. But as soon as he was outside, at the wheel of his car, on the way to see a patient in pain, he would light a cigarette, his hand shaking with guilt. Maigret did not immediately answer the question his friend had asked. He had almost replied, "What about you?" That would have been too easy. If I'd had the misfortune to become a magistrate, he began in a hesitant voice, or if I was called to be a juror in a criminal trial, I wonder. No, I'm certain I couldn't bring myself to judge a man. Whatever the crime, it's not the crime that matters. It's what goes on, or what went on, inside the person who committed it. So you've never dealt with a case in which you would have condemned the person without hesitation, because of what you call wickedness at first sight. Yes, I've had people in my office I couldn't stop myself from slapping. Then, as I investigated further, that was where the conversation had ended as far as that subject was concerned, because one of the wives had approached. Maigret couldn't remember which. A little Armagnac. It was Pardon's turn to throw Maigret a brief glance. "No, thank you. By the way, when was the last time I gave you a checkup?" "About a year ago." There was a roll of thunder which seemed to pass from rooftop to rooftop, but the rain they had been expecting for several days was still holding off. "Shall we go into my consulting room for a moment?" Pardon's daughter's firstborn was sleeping there in a folding cradle. "Don't worry. He's a deep sleeper, although only until 5 in the morning. Unfortunately. Now let's check your blood pressure." Maigret took off his jacket, then his shirt, leaving himself bare-chested. Pardon had naturally assumed the grave and somewhat distant manner of the medical practitioner. Breathe in, deeper. Breathe through your mouth. Good. Lie down here and loosen your belt. I don't suppose you've made up your mind to work less, at a slower pace, as I advised you. What about you? I know. Are you on a diet? Maigret shook his head. What about wine, beer, spirits? Have you reduced your intake? The only result of that is that I feel ashamed when I have a glass of beer or Calvados. Between cases, I can go for days on end having just a little wine with my meals. But then I go into a bar to keep an eye on the house opposite. I breathe in the sharp smell, typical of a Parisian bistro, and, like Pardon with his cigarettes. Yet both of them were grown men. The Maigrets had walked home via Rue du Chemin Vert, as was their habit. What did he say about you? He says I'm fine. This, of course, was the moment the sky chose to let loose on Paris all the water accumulated during weeks of heat. Shall we take shelter in a doorway? All this was ancient history. It was now 10 days since the Maigrets had had dinner at the Pardons. It was hot again. People were starting to leave for their holidays. In his office, Maigret was working without a jacket, with the window wide open, and the Seine glinted blue-green, like the sea on certain windless mornings. At 10:30, as he was going through his colleagues' reports, Joseph, the elderly clerk, knocked at the door in a way that everyone in the house recognized. He came in without waiting for a reply and placed an envelope on Maigret's desk. Maigret was surprised to see the engraved letterhead, Office of the Prefect of Police. Inside was a card. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret is requested to appear at the office of the Prefect of Police at 11 a.m. on 28th June. Maigret's cheeks turned red, as they had at school whenever he was called to the headmaster's office. 28 June. He looked mechanically at the calendar. It was indeed Tuesday, 28th June, and it was 10:30. The summons hadn't arrived in the mail, but had been delivered by hand. He had been in the police judiciaire for more than 30 years, and the head of the crime squad for 10 years. But this was the first time he had been summoned like this. He had seen about a dozen prefects come and go, and had been on more or less good terms with them, although some had stayed in the post for so little time that he hadn't even had the opportunity to speak to them. Others would call him on the telephone and ask him if he would be so good as to come to their office. And it was almost always to be given a delicate and usually not very pleasant assignment to get the son or daughter of a highly placed figure, if not the highly placed figure himself, out of an embarrassing situation. His first reaction was to go straight to the commissioner, who must know what this was about. That morning, though, during the daily briefing, He hadn't said anything to Maigret, had behaved as he normally did, seemingly distracted, asking the odd question as if he didn't attach any importance to it. He had only been in his post for 3 years, and when he was appointed, he had no experience of the police, except, perhaps, through novels. He was a high-ranking civil servant who had worked in a number of different ministries. Maigret remembered the days when the commissioner of the police judiciaire was chosen from among the detective chief inspectors. There had been a time when his colleagues had teased him, telling him he would end up as the big chief himself. Now, as he walked through the inspector's room with an anxious air, he told everybody, "If anyone asks for me, I am seeing the prefect." 2 of his men at least looked up in surprise. Lucas and Janvier, who knew him better than the others, had sensed the anxiety and bad humor in Maigret's voice. His pipe clenched between his teeth. He descended the big dusty staircase, went out the main entrance, waved at the officers on guard duty, walked along Quai des Orfèvres for a short distance, and turned the corner of Boulevard du Palais. Before facing the boss, he very nearly went into the bar opposite to have a drink. Anything beer, white wine, an aperitif of some kind. And it was only now that for the first time he remembered the last dinner at the Pardons, the business of the cigarettes, the consultation next to the folding cradle. The guards recognized him. He entered the lift. "The prefect's office. Have you been summoned?" He showed the letter reluctantly. Not just anyone could enter. He was led to a waiting room he knew well. "Please wait," as if he had a choice. The prefect was also a newcomer. 2 years on the job, a young man, that was the fashion. He wasn't yet 40, but had been to the École Normale Supérieure, and had then amassed enough diplomas to be put at the head of any department of the civil service. The new broom, as the newspapers had nicknamed him after his first press conference. Yes, just like film stars, prefects now gave press conferences, always making sure there were TV cameras present. "Gentlemen, Paris has to be a clean capital, and to achieve that, it's essential to give it a clean sweep. Too many people in the last few years, too many private interests have interfered in 11:05. 11:10, 11:15. The clerk, with his silver chain, was dozing at his pedestal table, occasionally throwing Maigret an indifferent glance. He had been in service almost as long as Maigret himself. A bell rang shrilly. The clerk rose reluctantly, half opened the door, gave a hand signal, and Maigret at last entered the big, green-carpeted Empire-style office. "Please take a seat. Detective Chief Inspector. A soft, pleasant voice. A thin, very young face, framed by fair hair. Everyone knew from the newspapers that before starting work every morning, the prefect spent time at the Roland Garros Stadium. Keeping himself in shape with a few sets of tennis, he gave an impression of health and vigor, neatness, too, in his clothes, which he probably had made to measure in London. He was smiling in all his photographs. He was smiling. His smile, admittedly, wasn't addressed to anyone in particular. It was to himself that he smiled, with modest self-satisfaction. Tell me something, like pardon the other evening. Except that, instead of a cigar, the prefect was smoking a cigarette. Perhaps because his wife wasn't around. Did he have the same self-satisfied smile in his wife's presence? You started in the police as a young man. I think I started at the age of 22. How old are you now? 52? Again, just like pardon, but presumably for other reasons. Maigret looked his grumpiest, fiddling with an empty pipe without daring to fill it. He added, rather as if to tempt fate, 3 years from retirement. Indeed. Don't you think that's rather a long time? He felt himself turn red in order not to lose his temper. He stared at the bronze adornments on the feet of the desk. Did you go straight into the police judiciaire? The voice still had the same softness, an impersonal softness, perhaps something he'd learned. In my day. You didn't start in the police judiciaire. Like all my colleagues at the time, I began in a local station, the one in the 9th arrondissement. In uniform, I was the chief inspector's secretary. Later, I had a period on the beat. The prefect was studying him with a curiosity that was neither benevolent nor aggressive. And then you worked in several different squads. The metro, the department stores, the railway stations, vice, gambling. It seems to have left you with pleasant memories, just like my school years. I mention it because you talk about it at every opportunity. This time, Maigret turned crimson, meaning what? Unless other people talk about it on your behalf. You're very well known, Monsieur Maigret, very popular. So soft did the voice remain that it might have been thought the prefect had summoned him to offer his congratulations. Your methods, according to the newspapers, are quite dramatic. He stood up and walked over to the window, where for a moment he looked at the cars and buses passing the Palais de Justice. When he came back to the middle of the room, his smile, and hence his self-satisfaction, had become more pronounced. You're at the top of the ladder now, head of the crime squad. And yet you haven't abandoned the habits you picked up early in your career. You don't spend much time in your office. So I've heard. No, sir, not very much. You like to deal in person with tasks that would normally be handled by your inspectors. Silence, including what you call stakeouts. This time, Maigret made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and filled his pipe. So, for example, you can be seen spending hours on end in little bars and cafés, in all sorts of places one wouldn't expect to come across a public servant of your rank. Was he going to light his pipe or not? He didn't yet dare. He held back, still in his armchair, while the thin, elegant prefect came and went on the other side of the mahogany desk. These are outdated methods, which may have had some merit in their time. The striking of the match made the prefect jump, but he offered no comment. For a fraction of a second, his smile faded, then returned, just the same as before. That old style of policing has its traditions. Informers, for example. You maintain cordial relations with people who live on the fringes of the law. You turn a blind eye to their peccadillos, and in return, they give you a helping hand. Do you still use informers? Monsieur Maigret, like every police force in the world, do you also turn a blind eye when necessary? Haven't you ever noticed that lots of things have changed since the days when you started? I've seen 9 commissioners and 11 prefects come and go. Too bad it was a question of being true to himself and to all his colleagues at police headquarters. The veterans, anyway. The young inspectors tended to think the same way as this tennis player. If the prefect registered the blow, nothing appeared on the surface. He could have been a diplomat. It was quite possible he might end up as an ambassador. Are you familiar with Mademoiselle Prieur? The real attack was starting. On what grounds Maigret wasn't yet in a position to guess. Should I be, sir? Certainly. Well, it's the first time I've heard the name. Mademoiselle Nicole Prieur. Have you also never heard of Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Prieur, Master of Requests at the Council of State? No, never. He lives at 42 Boulevard de Courcelles. That may well be the case. He's Nicole's uncle. She lives with him. If you say so, sir, let me ask you, Detective Chief Inspector, where you were at last night. This time, the tone was more abrupt, and the smile had gone from his eyes. I'm waiting for your reply. Is this an interrogation? How you take it is up to you. I asked you a specific question. May I ask in what capacity, as your superior in the chain of command? I see. Maigret took his time. He had never felt so humiliated in his life, and his fingers had tightened so much on the bowl of his pipe that they had turned white. I went to bed at 10:30 after watching television with my wife. Did you have dinner at home? Yes. What time did you go out? I'm getting to that, sir. Just before midnight, the phone rang. I assume your number is in the directory. That's correct. Isn't that inconvenient? Does it make it possible for all kinds of people, including practical jokers, to call you directly? I used to think that too. For years, my number wasn't listed, but people always found it out in the end anyway. After changing numbers 5 or 6 times, I let it appear in the directory like everyone else, which is convenient for your informers. They can call you directly instead of calling the police judiciaire. And as far as the public are concerned, you get all the credit for solving a case. Maigret managed to keep silent. So, you received a call just before midnight. How long before midnight? It was dark when I answered the phone. It was a long conversation. When my wife switched on the light, it was 10 to midnight. Who was phoning you at such an hour? Someone you knew? No. A woman. Did she tell you her name? Not just then. You mean not in the course of this telephone conversation you say you had with her, which I did have. Very well. She arranged to meet you in town. In a way, yes. What do you mean? He was beginning to realize that he had been naive, although it pained him to admit it to this greenhorn with his smug smile. She had just arrived in Paris, where she'd never set foot before. I beg your pardon. I'm repeating what she told me. She added that she was the daughter of a magistrate in La Rochelle, that she was 18, that she felt stifled by her very strict family, especially as a school friend of hers, who's been here for a year, kept telling her about the delights and opportunities available in Paris. Not very original, is it? I've had confessions that were less original than that, but were genuine all the same. Do you know the number of girls? Some from good families, as they say, who every year I read the statistics. I grant you her story wasn't new. If it had been any newer, I might not have gone to the trouble I did. She'd left home without telling her parents, taking with her a suitcase of clothes and personal belongings as well as her savings. Her friend was waiting for her at Gare Montparnasse. But she wasn't alone. A man in his 30s was with her, and she introduced him as her fiancé. A tall, dark stranger, the kind the fortune tellers always mention. They got into a red Lancia, and about 10 minutes later stopped in front of a hotel. Do you know which hotel? No. Nor, I suppose, in which area it's located. That's correct, sir. But in my career, I've known stories much more far-fetched than this one that turned out to be true. This young girl didn't know Paris. This was her first time here. A childhood friend was waiting for her and introduced her to her fiancé. She was driven down streets and boulevards she'd never seen before. They stopped at last in front of what looked like a third-class hotel, where she left her bags, and they took her out to dinner. They plied her with drinks. Maigret remembered the pathetic voice on the telephone, the simple but fair and moving words. Words that, or so it seemed to him, it was impossible to make up. It's true, I'm still a bit drunk, she had admitted. I don't even know what I drank. Come and see my apartment, my friend said, and the two of them took me to a kind of modern studio apartment, where I started to panic as soon as I saw the prints and especially the photographs on the walls. My friend laughed. Is that what you're afraid of? Show her, Marco, that it's not so terrible. If I understand correctly, she told you all this on the telephone, and you were listening in bed with Madame Maigret next to you. That's right. Except that there may have been some details she only told me later. So this continued later. It got to a point where she felt she had to run away, and she found herself alone in Paris, without her luggage, without her handbag, without her money, and that was when it occurred to her to phone you. Obviously, she knew your name through the newspapers. She didn't have her handbag, but she found the money to call you from a public telephone, from a cafe, where she went in, ordered a drink, and asked for a telephone token. Cafe owners don't usually ask to be paid in advance. So you flew to her rescue. Why didn't you ask the local police to help her out? Because Maigret had had his doubts, but he was determined not to mention them. From now on, in any case, he would say as little as possible. You see, Detective Chief Inspector, The young woman in question isn't from the provinces at all, and her version of events bears no relation to yours. Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Prieur was worried this morning when his niece didn't come to breakfast, and he discovered that she wasn't in her room. She returned in a disheveled state, almost distraught. At 8:30 this morning, the story she told had such an effect on Monsieur Prieur that he personally telephoned the Minister of the Interior. When I was then informed, I sent someone to take a statement in shorthand from Mademoiselle Prieur. You're 3 years from retirement. Monsieur Maigret. Pardon's words came back to him. Tell me something. In your career, have you ever encountered pure spite, wickedness for its own sake, a wicked act committed in full awareness? But who? What do you want from me? Sir, my resignation. I would have to accept it. What's stopping you? I'd like you to read the young lady's account, which has been typed up. Then I'd like to put down in writing your version of events, just as you've told it to me. Naturally, I forbid you to bother Mademoiselle Prieur or to question anyone about her. I'll summon you again when I've received your statement. He walked to the door and opened it, a vague smile still on his lips. Chapter 8. The Second Ghost. A hazy Paris afternoon. Maigret sat in his office, surrounded by thick files, conflicting testimonies, and crime scene photographs. He had almost put the pieces together until Lucas walked in, his face grim. Chief, our key witness, Mr. Delavan, just disappeared. Maigret looked up. Disappeared. His apartment was ransacked. There was no sign of a struggle, but a small box containing valuable papers was missing. Neighbors said they saw him leave with a strange man of Eastern European appearance. Maigret was silent for a long time, then opened his desk drawer and took out an old map of Europe. He marked a red circle around Antwerp, the major port city of Belgium. Lucas, if I'm not mistaken, this case doesn't stop in Paris. Antwerp is the gateway to a cargo route that Interpol has been monitoring for a long time. Lucas frowned. That means the shooting of our colleague was just the tip of the iceberg. Maigret sipped his cold coffee, and beneath the surface, I see the hand of a larger organization, a chessboard of which we have only seen a few pieces. That evening, Maigret received an envelope sent by secret courier. Inside, there was no letter, only a small ivory horse, carved with the head of a galloping horse. At the foot of the horse was an inscription, "Your move, commissaire." He turned the knight in his hand, feeling the coolness of its ivory. There was no doubt about it. Someone was challenging him, and his next move would lead him out of France. Maigret stood up, put on his coat, and ordered, "Lucas, prepare the night train ticket to Antwerp. The game. We will start in a foreign land." Chapter 9. Port of Antwerp. Early in the morning, the night train from Paris slid into Antwerp's central station in a cold mist. Maigret pulled at the collar of his coat, inhaling the salty scent of the sea breeze and the scent of engine oil. Lucas had contacted the local police in advance, but Maigret had asked for things to be kept to a minimum. He wanted to come here as an outsider without making a sound. The vast harbor area. Giant iron cranes, like mechanical birds, bent over thousands of stacked containers. In the midst of that scene, Maigret noticed a warehouse number 47, old, rarely visited, but closely guarded by security. A man of Eastern European descent, with a low-cut cap covering his eyes, stood at the gate. Lucas said softly, "Chief, I saw him on the camera footage near Delavan's apartment." Maigret nodded. They watched from a distance until an unmarked truck backed into the warehouse. The back door opened, revealing large wooden crates, and inside, Maigret recognized the artwork's paintings, sculptures just like the ones stolen in Paris. As the car was about to leave, a figure emerged from the warehouse, tall and thin, wearing a long silver-gray coat, holding a cigar. The man said a few short sentences in Russian to the gatekeeper, then turned and looked straight at Maigret. Lucas whispered, "Chief, I think he saw us." Maigret did not reply, only pursed his lips. The man's gaze was not that of an ordinary trader. It was that of an important piece on this chessboard. Perhaps the Silver Bishop, the coordinator of the Eastern European network within the organization. As the silver statue's silhouette disappeared into the warehouse, Maigret turned to Lucas. "This port is a transport hub. To reach the king, we must first pass through the bishop. And he has just invited us to his game." Chapter 10. The dark auction news of a secret auction spread through the art-dealing world like a tidal wave. The location, the basement of an abandoned warehouse in West Antwerp. The time, midnight. Only those with special invitations were allowed through the steel doors. Maigret saw this as his chance to get close to the silver statue. With the help of a local undercover cop, he obtained a fake invitation, a new identity, a Swiss art collector. Lucas posed as his assistant and translator. The basement was dimly lit by a few yellow ceiling lights. More than 24 people wore suits or long coats, all of them cold. At the back of the room was a small wooden platform where the items would be presented. There was no sound of a hammer, just discreet nods and numbers jotted down on paper. Maigret looked around and saw the silver statue sitting in the front row, his eyes fixed on a small landscape in a silver frame. He had not participated in the previous courses, but had waited for this one to be presented. As the painting began to be bid, Maigret signaled to Lucas, "We will bid, not to buy it, but to get his attention." Lucas understood, steadily raising the price, forcing the silver statue to make a move if he wanted the item. The fight was tense. The numbers rose quickly. Sharp looks were exchanged. In the end, Maigret deliberately lost, allowing the silver statue to win by a narrow margin. After the match, when everyone had dispersed, the silver statue approached. "You collect quite fiercely. Swiss, you almost beat me." Maigret smiled and replied in a low voice, "Just a test. But if you want, I have something even rarer. Something that even the black dragon or the king have not touched." Silver statue's eyes flashed. He tilted his head, as if considering, "Maybe we should talk privately." Maigret knew that the door to the deeper level of the chessboard had just opened. Chapter 11. The Silver Statue's Quest. The small bar on the corner of a deserted street. The yellow light flickering on the old wooden table. The silver statue sat opposite Maigret, a full glass of vodka in front of him, but not yet touching his lips. Lucas was asked to sit at another table, close enough to observe, but not hear the conversation. Bactung pulled a thick envelope from his pocket and pushed it towards Maigret. "This is my chance to know if you are trustworthy or not. Swiss." Inside was a photograph of a young man, dark hair, in a leather jacket, and a copy of a bill of lading. "His name is Marek Volkov. He has a shipment, very important. The problem is that he doesn't want to deliver it. You can convince him. If he doesn't, you know what to do. Maigret looked at the photograph for a long time. His voice was calm. I am not used to violence, but I know a few ways to change people's minds. Silver statue smiled faintly. I don't care how you do it. Just make sure that the shipment is at warehouse number 47 before dawn the day after tomorrow. He stood up, lit a cigar, and said one last thing before leaving. If you fail, this will be your last move on this chessboard. When the silver statue was gone, Lucas immediately sat down. Chief, we can't deliver the goods to him. Marek Volkov could be the key to overthrowing the whole network. Maigret nodded. That's why we will take the shipment, but not bring it to number 47. We will use it to pull the other pieces into the light. Lucas chuckled. A risky move, Chief. On this chessboard, Lucas, taking risks is the only way to win. Chapter 12. Marek Volkov's shipment. The Antwerp night was covered in a cold fog, the sodium lights from the cranes reflecting on the black water of the harbor. Lucas drove an unmarked van, parked about 200 meters from the designated warehouse. Maigret sat in the passenger seat, eyes glued to binoculars. In the distance, Marek Volkov appeared tall, broad-shouldered, in a heavy leather jacket. He was accompanied by two other men, pushing a wooden pallet onto a large truck. Under the tarpaulin were 4 wooden crates marked with a golden dragon, the same symbol as the one on the Interpol file. Maigret whispered, Lucas, keep the communicator on. If there is any movement, the support team must be ready. He got out of the car and approached Marek. Hello, Mr. Volkov. We have a mutual friend. Marek stared, eyes narrowed. Silver statue. It's more like a joint force. I want to buy this shipment back at a higher price than what you were promised. Marek laughed dryly. Money is not the problem. The problem is, who are you? Maigret unbuttoned his coat, revealing half an ivory knight, identical to the silver statue that had been presented to him earlier, but cut in half. I am the one who will complete the unfinished move. Marek was silent for a few seconds, then signaled his subordinates to stop. If you really want the goods, help me. The silver statue intends to kill me after delivering them. I need to disappear. Maigret nodded. This was a golden opportunity. Save Marek, put him in witness protection, and keep the entire shipment. Just 15 minutes later, Lucas drove the truck out of the port with Marek sitting in the cargo hold next to 4 mysterious wooden crates. Maigret took a drag on his cigarette and whispered, "Lucas, report back to the group. We have cargo, and a pawn has just switched sides." Chapter 13. Inside the wooden crate. The truck stopped at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Antwerp, which Lucas had checked for safety. His flashlight cast a faint yellow glow over wooden crates marked with a golden dragon. Maigret took off his coat, pulled the crowbar from the corner, and gestured to Lucas. "Open it. But be careful. If it's a weapon or an explosive, I don't want to make a fuss." Lucas pried open the lid of the box, each nail coming out with a dry click. When the lid was completely removed, both of them were silent. Inside were no weapons, nor paintings or gold. They were ancient bronze statues, carefully wrapped in red silk, each one an intricately carved image: a dragon, a phoenix, a tiger, and a statue of a man sitting on a throne, holding a scepter. Maigret lifted the statue up and examined it closely. On the base of the statue was engraved an inscription in ancient Chinese, "The keeper of the keys to the throne." Lucas frowned. "Chief, this might be part of the set of artifacts stolen from the museum in Hong Kong last year." "And if that's true?" Maigret put the statue down, his eyes lighting up. "Then the one holding the remaining piece is the king of this chessboard." Marek, still sitting in the corner, spoke up. "I heard that the king keeps half of the collection in a place called Dragon Harbor, but only those who are absolutely trusted are allowed to set foot there." Maigret looked at Lucas. "Dragon Harbor. Sounds like an invitation. We will follow this collection." Lucas frowned. "But Chief, if Dragon Harbor is the king's territory, that means we'll be playing on his home turf." Maigret smiled coldly. "And that's the only place we can checkmate." Chapter 14. Invitation to Dragon Harbor. 3 days later, in an old hotel near the Grote Markt, Maigret and Lucas sat in a room, the table covered with files, photographs, and fake papers. The dragon throne statue was placed in the middle of the table like a captured chess piece. Marek stood by the window, a glass of wine in his hand, and said, "Dragonport is not on the map. It is a private port on a small island off the coast of the East Sea. To get there, one must be personally sponsored by one of the king's 3 generals. Maigret quickly flipped through the files. The 3 generals include the silver statue we met, Hao Ngok, the female diamond dealer in Bangkok, and Phao Den, the one who controls the shipping route from Macau. Lucas frowned. Chief, approaching any of these 3 is dangerous. Yes. Maigret tapped the dragon statue. But this statue is an invitation. If we spread the word that an international antiques dealer has it, the news will reach them. And one of the 3 will come and invite us. The plan was put into action that very evening. Lucas sent a message through an antiquities smuggling channel in Amsterdam, implying that the throne was available for private negotiation at a safe location. 2 days later, the message arrived via encrypted phone. Pier No. 5, Chao Phraya Port, Bangkok, midnight. Bring the statue. The person who will pick you up is Hao Ngok. Maigret smiled slightly, flicking the cigarette ash. Next move, Lucas, is to the Queen's territory. Lucas sighed. That means we are throwing ourselves into the tiger's den. Yes. Maigret buttoned his coat. But sometimes, to capture the king, one must go to his banquet table. Chapter 15. Party on the Chao Phraya River. Bangkok was a dazzling night. Luxury yachts glided slowly down the Chao Phraya River, reflecting gold and red lights on the deep black water. Maigret and Lucas, dressed in dark suits, stepped onto the deck of a gilded yacht more than 30 meters long. Hao Ngok, a woman of about 40, with long, flowing black hair and a white silk dress, stood at the end of the deck. Among the guests dressed entirely in designer clothes, her eyes were as sharp as knives when she saw Maigret. You are the Swiss broker. Her voice was soft but clear over the jazz music. Maigret nodded slightly, placing the small wooden box on the table between them. The lid opened, revealing a dragon throne statue that gleamed under the light. Hao Ngok glanced over, then signaled the 2 guards to step back. Beautiful and dangerous. Do you know how long the king has been looking for this? I know enough to understand that whoever holds it is in the center of the board, Maigret replied, slowly taking a drag on his cigarette. And I want to see the king. Halnuk smiled, but her eyes remained cold. Those who want to see the king usually do not live long enough to come back and tell the story. But I like reckless people. She poured wine and placed the glass in front of Maigret. Drink if you are still sober after this glass. We'll take you to Dragon Harbor. Lucas glanced over, tense. Maigret raised his glass, the wine reflecting the yellow light. He took a sip, tasting the strange bitterness and metallic taste. A few seconds passed. His heart was pounding, but his breathing was steady. Halnuk curled her lips, as if she had just confirmed something. Good. You will go with me. But remember, from now on, every step you take will be under the king's eyes. As the yacht turned its bow toward the river mouth, Lucas leaned close to Maigret's ear and whispered, Chief, she just tried to poison you. Maigret smiled slightly. His eyes turned to the night. Yes. And now we are in their game. Chapter 16. Dragon Harbor. 3 days later, Halnuk's yacht sailed across the mirror-like sea, heading towards a small island hidden in the tropical mist. From afar, Maigret could see the silhouettes of curved roofs like dragon scales, yellow lights shining into the night sky. Lucas stood by the railing and said softly, Chief, this island is not on the nautical chart. Yes, and that's why it survives, Maigret replied, his eyes never leaving the vertical gray stone walls at the edge of the island. When they arrived, Maigret saw dozens of black-clad guards with pistols lined up along the wharf. Above, a main building with an Asian European style, red roof, and stone pillars carved with dragons, stood like a fortress. Halnuk stepped down first, turned back to look at Maigret. From now on, every word you say will be remembered. Every action will be considered, and every mistake will be the last mistake. They were led into a large, high-ceilinged hall with rows of golden lanterns hanging in rows. At the end of the hall was a huge ebony table, on which was placed a jade chess set, each piece so exquisite that it seemed to have a soul. A man in a black robe, embroidered with a golden dragon, stepped out, majestic, with silver hair, but eyes as sharp as a sword. No one needed an introduction. Maigret knew this was the king. The king placed his hand on the general, then looked straight at Maigret. I heard you have something that belongs to me. Maigret placed the wooden box on the table and opened it. The dragon throne statue lay there, reflecting the light as if challenging the whole room. The king nodded slightly. Good. But by bringing it here, you have entered the real game, and now you will have to play. Aungok stood by, her lips curled meaningfully. Lucas watched tensely, knowing that from this moment on, they were more than just intruders. They were pieces placed on the board, and the king was the only one who could decide how the game would end. Chapter 17. The King's Move. The room was as silent as an abandoned church. The king stood behind the jade chessboard, his fingers tapping lightly on the white knight. His eyes still fixed on Maigret. You want to play with me? His voice was low and even. Then I will give you an opening game. He gestured. 2 guards dragged a thin, disheveled man with a bruised face to his knees in the middle of the hall. Lucas recognized him immediately. He was one of the Interpol agents who had been missing for more than a year. The king said, "He betrayed this chessboard. My rules are simple. The traitor must disappear. Your task, Maigret, get him off the island before dawn, without anyone knowing." Lucas hissed through gritted teeth. "Chief, this is a trap." Maigret replied slowly. "Every move is a trap, Lucas. The point is to use it to trap you back." Aungok smiled, approached Maigret, and whispered, "If you can do it, the king will believe you. But if you fail, there will be no second chance." Maigret nodded slightly. In his eyes, this was not just a test, but also the only door to finding the way out of the island, the security map, and even the power structure inside Dragon Harbor. As the guards led the bound agent away, the king placed the white knight on the jade table, moving it one space. "My move has been made. Now it is your turn." Maigret turned to Lucas, his voice low and firm. "Prepare. We will play this game in the dark." Chapter 18. Darkness over Dragon Harbor. The night on the island was as heavy as a velvet curtain, broken only by the light of torches from the stone path and the steady sound of waves crashing against the cliffs. Maigret and Lucas had changed out of their suits for dark clothes, hidden small daggers in their sleeves, and carried two recording devices the size of matchboxes. Lucas whispered as they disappeared into the darkness. Chief, according to the map I observed when I entered, the prison camp is on the west side of the island, close to the cliff. From there is a tunnel to the sea, but it is definitely guarded. That is the same road we will take, Maigret replied. But before leaving, I will leave a gift for the king. They clung to the stone walls, away from the torchlight. The footsteps of the patrol echoed in the distance, regular as clockwork. Lucas stopped when he saw two guards talking near the camp gate. Maigret threw a pebble into the bushes opposite. The noise made the guards turn away, and in that moment they slipped in. Inside, the Interpol agent was tied to a chair, his eyes wide when he saw Maigret. Quiet, Maigret whispered, cutting the ropes. We'll get you out. But first, he mounted a recording device under the table in the room, aimed directly at the guard's radio. A golden source for monitoring all communications in Dragon Harbor. The three of them left the camp quietly, following the damp tunnel that led to the sea. The waves were white in the moonlight. Lucas had tied ropes to a small rubber raft hidden under the cliff. But just as they were about to go down, a shout rang out from the mouth of the tunnel. Stop! 3 bodyguards rushed forward, guns pointed straight at them. Maigret drew his knife, his eyes cold. Lucas, now is the time to take a risk. Chapter 19. The Cliff of Fire. Footsteps echoed in the narrow stone tunnel. The king's 3 bodyguards closed in. Guns pointed. Flashlight beams streaking across the tunnel. Lucas pushed the Interpol agent down onto the rubber raft first, while Maigret stood guard at the mouth of the tunnel. Go! Maigret shouted. I will stop them! Lucas hesitated for a second, then jumped into the raft and started the engine. The sound of the engine tore through the night. A bullet hit the stone wall next to Maigret's ear, sending shrapnel flying. He threw his dagger, hitting the leader in the hand, and the gun fell to the ground. As they paused, Maigret pulled a small device from his pocket, the timed flare he and Lucas had prepared. He pulled the pin and threw it deep into the bunker. A second later, a blinding flash of light and a loud bang lit up the area like daylight. The guards thought there was an attack from outside and immediately raised the alarm across the island. As the alarm bells rang from the watchtowers, Maigret dove into the raft, and Lucas pulled him up. "Chief, the island will be locked down in a few minutes." "Exactly. And in those few minutes, they will all be running for the attacker. No one will notice us hiding." The rubber raft glided quickly away, the waves splashing coldly against our faces. On the cliff, the silhouettes of guards ran in all directions. Guns pointed towards the forests. As the island lights faded into the night mist, Maigret turned on his radio and signaled the rendezvous point with the offshore support team. He sighed and took a drag on his cigarette. "Lucas, we've left the board, but we still have a pawn that could turn the game." Lucas glanced at the Interpol agent who was shivering from the cold. "And the king will know that very soon." Maigret nodded, his eyes cold as steel. "Yes, and next time, I will be the one to make the first move." Chapter 20. The Network in the Dark. The police helicopter landed at a military airfield in southern France. Maigret, Lucas, and the Interpol agent, a man named René Morel, stepped out into the icy wind. A team of intelligence officers were waiting, taking them to a closed interrogation room. René, still shaking from months of confinement, took a sip of hot coffee and began to tell. Dragonport is just the tip of the iceberg. Underneath that shell is a huge logistics network stretching from Southeast Asia to Europe. The king's generals control each route Hao Ngoc manages diamonds. Tuong Bak manages antiquities, and Phao Den transports goods through underground ports. Maigret tapped his fingers on the table. "And which line is the weakest?" René was silent for a few seconds. "The Black Cannon. He depends on a transit depot in Rotterdam. If that depot is hit, the whole network will be shaken." But he hesitated. "The king always has someone inside the port police." Lucas crossed his arms. "That means we have to act without letting the official system know." Maigret smiled tiredly. "That means we will open a parallel chessboard." He asked René to draw up a diagram of the Rotterdam warehouse, marking the entrances, the shipping schedules, and the locations of security cameras. Every detail was carefully recorded. When the interrogation was over, Maigret stood by the window, looking out at the night airport. "Lucas, prepare a small team. No more than 4 people. No badges. No official documents. We will go to Rotterdam as thieves." But this time, the goal is to steal an entire cannon from the king's chessboard. Lucas nodded slightly, and when the cannon is lost, the king will have to move, revealing his position. Maigret took a drag of his cigarette, the smoke drifting in the lamplight. Exactly. And then we will checkmate. Chapter 21. Rotterdam Warehouse. A chill North Sea wind blew across the Rotterdam harbor. It was 2 a.m. and thick fog obscured the giant cranes and the wall-like rows of containers. Maigret, Lucas, Renee, and a young operative named Klein, a lockpicker, were moving through the darkness. Renee whispered, "The transfer warehouse is in Area C7. Security cameras are installed along the corridor. But from 2:15 to 2:17, there will be a blind spot in the system when they switch to backup power." 2 minutes. Enough time to get in, but not enough time to leave. Lucas commented. Maigret smiled. "Enough for us to enter and leave a gift." As they approached the warehouse door, Klein unlocked the electronic lock with a steel needle and a thin piece of aluminum. The door slid open, revealing dozens of large wooden crates stamped with the king's golden dragon. Maigret quickly attached tracking and recording devices to 3 packages. Renee rummaged through one of the containers and pulled out a leather-bound notebook, a list of shipments, with secret codes for each of the king's generals. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the hallway. Klein signaled to stop. A man in a port police uniform appeared, gun drawn. The flashlight beam swept across, stopping on Maigret. "Stop," he said hoarsely. "I know who you are. The king will pay dearly for this information." Maigret took a step forward, his voice calm. "And I know you were the one who raised the alarm when Agent Morel was captured. You sold your soul to the king. But are you sure the king will protect you?" The man hesitated for a second, and that was when Lucas lunged forward, knocking the gun away. Klein turned off the lights in the warehouse, and the group disappeared into darkness. As they left the port through the sewers, Maigret looked at Renee. "With this book, we can peel back the king's web layer by layer. But he will know he has just lost the cannon and will prepare to move." Lucas curled his lips. "That means the game is coming to an end." Maigret nodded, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. "And next time, we'll go straight for checkmates." Chapter 22. The Final Move. The light faded in the conference room at the Quai des Orfèvres. Maigret, Lucas, and Renee spread out a map of Europe before them. red dots marking the locations of the network. In Maigret's hand was the king's leather notebook, where all the schedules, codes, and movements of the chess pieces were recorded. Here it is. Maigret pointed to a dim spot in the south of France. The king will be moving through here within the next 2 days. Lucas frowned. But there is no international airport or big port there. That is his advantage, Maigret replied. He will go by land via a shortcut that only a few people know. The plan was immediate. An elite team of special forces would intercept and capture the king before he could escape. Maigret decided to lead the team, determined to end this game at the final point. The decisive day came. On the winding mountain road, in the thick fog, the shiny black limousine glided through the curves. Inside the car, the king quietly looked out, his eyes as deep as an unturned chessboard. Maigret and his special forces team were waiting in ambush, holding their breath. As the car approached the checkpoint, a command was heard, "Stop, police!" The chase broke out, guns blazing, screams, and engines roaring through the pine forest. But when the limousine finally stopped, the king was caught, unable to react. Maigret looked at him, his eyes full of determination. The game is over. But remember, on the chessboard, there is always someone new waiting for his turn. Chapter 23. A new chessboard on the horizon. In the Quai des Orfèvres interrogation room, Maigret sat silently, looking at the pale yellow light on the ceiling. The king, handcuffed, was answering the police's questions. Lucas walked in, placing a thick envelope on the table. "Chief, we just received news from Interpol. A new network is emerging in Southeast Asia, with signs very similar to the chess game we just finished." Maigret picked up the envelope, opened it, and saw a picture of a chessboard carved with dragons, phoenixes, and Asian chess pieces. He sighed, his eyes distant. Another chessboard, and this time it seems we will have to start from scratch. Lucas smiled tiredly but resolutely. "This time, Chief, I will be the one to start." Maigret smiled slightly, placing the dragon statue on the table. "Well then, let's begin."